Chapter 1. Xingyan Dynasty, Dingquan Province, Fog Snow Pill Sect, Long Herb Peak. In a narrow crack, below him was a bottomless abyss. The cold wind in the darkness woke Li Zongjiu up. At this moment, Li Zongjiu was covered in wounds. There was even a fatal sword wound on his waist. The piercing pain that came from his body caused Li Zongjiu's unfocused gaze to gradually focus. Why am I here? When Li Zongjiu woke up, he realized that he was hanging on a horizontal tree. After a slight struggle, the tree branch began to shake violently. If he was not careful, he would fall down. This scene was so familiar. Am I not refining the 4 dragon souls in the void cave and breaking through to the absolute saint realm? Li Zongjiu tried to recall what had happened. As the infamous evil lord of the Saint Martial Continent, he had climbed to the peak in just 2,000 years. However, this generation's genius was not satisfied with staying in the absolute saint realm. Therefore, Li Zongjiu studied alone for 500 years and finally refined a unique pill. The ancient sovereign soul merge pill. After successfully refining it, Li Zongjiu killed the 4 dragon sovereigns of the Saint Martial Continent in an attempt to merge the 4 dragon souls and break through to the absolute saint realm. However, at the last moment, the dragon souls tore each other apart, causing Li Zongjiu's soul to experience a strong impact. After the tearing pain and darkness, when he woke up again, he saw this familiar scene. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crack above Li Zongjiu's head wasn't very wide. 2 pairs of feet kept stepping over it, as if they were chasing after something. Quick, don't let Li Zongjiu escape. How dare he steal the Pill Sect's secret scroll from Long Herb Peak? This time, we must pierce his heart with 10,000 swords. Long Herb Peak? Pill Sect's secret scroll? Li Zongjiu blinked and adjusted his breathing. He looked at his palms, and the shock in his eyes couldn't be calmed down for a long time. What the fuck, I've actually been reborn. Li Zongjiu couldn't believe it, but everything around him was vivid in his mind. This was the place Li Zongjiu wanted to return to the most, the moment when the enemy's fangs gradually spread out and devoured Li Zongjiu's family. It's true. Li Zongjiu took a deep breath. However, the excitement in his heart was not something that could be easily suppressed. That Li Xing set me up, and even led the disciples of Long Herb Peak to hunt me down. That was how my clan was wiped out. Although Li Zongjiu had taken revenge in his previous life, he had caused his entire family, including his father and mother, to be killed. By the time Li Zongjiu had the ability to take revenge, it was already 20 years later. This time, Li Zongjiu wouldn't let the tragedy repeat itself. Just as Li Zongjiu was about to climb up, he found that there was something strange about the tree he was lying on. Wait, this fragrance? Is this the fruit of the fiery golden rat? Li Zongjiu searched the tree under the cover of the night, and finally touched a fruit that was emitting a dim light in the dark night. After plucking it, he could see the crystal-clear flesh of the fruit. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu was in a hurry to escape, and his knowledge was shallow, so he didn't know that this was the fruit of the fiery golden rat. Now that I'm seriously injured, and my cultivation level is only at the 3rd level of initial origin stage, if I want to refine this fruit, I'll need to replenish my blood and qi. Li Zongjiu stuffed the fiery golden rat into his clothes. Just as Li Zongjiu was about to climb up, a flame suddenly came into the crack, and just happened to illuminate Li Zongjiu's face. Li Zongjiu also saw the person who stuck his head down. This person was one of Li Xing's underlings, and also a branch disciple of the Li clan, Li Go. When Li Go saw Li Zongjiu's face so close, he revealed a shocked expression, but quickly reacted and was about to shout. However, Li Zongjiu was even faster. His feet kicked off the ground, and his body stretched out, rushing in front of Li Go. His hand was like an eagle's claw, and grabbed Li Go's neck, and directly dragged him into the crack. Crack, a crisp sound came from the darkness, and the torch fell into the valley and was extinguished. Li Gou's neck fell on Li Zhongjiu's leg. Dead. He clearly had the strength of a grade 4 yuanshi, but in front of Li Zhongjiu, who was a grade 3 yuanshi, he had no chance at all. Even in death, Li Gou did not expect that this originally weak and elegant young master would be so ruthless. Without warning, without leaving anyone alive, he grabbed his neck and directly broke it. In my previous life, it was you who discovered me and attracted Li Sheng and the others, causing me to fall and break my leg. In this life I'll start with you. Li Zhongjiu's eyes flashed with cruelty and ruthlessness. Then, with a palm, he directly broke Li Gou's neck on the spot, and threw his head away. Fresh blood spurted out from the broken neck. Li Zhongjiu immediately used his elemental energy to collect the fresh blood. Blood was no longer spurting out from the neck. Li Zhongjiu used the long knife at Li Gou's waist to cut off his upper body, and many of his internal organs fell out. He continued to use his elemental energy to collect the fresh blood from the wound on Li Gou's waist. This is enough. Li Gou casually threw Li Gou's corpse to the side. Li Zhongjiu sat on the tree, elemental energy surging in his hands. The nearly 5 kilograms of fresh blood in his hands kept rolling as Li Zhongjiu refined it. Heaven Void Divine Form Record, Rise. The elemental formula that Li Zhongjiu cultivated was called the Heaven Void Divine Form Record, and it was the best elemental formula that Li Zhongjiu had found in his previous life. However, this elemental formula's realm ultimately stopped at the Supreme Being realm, and could not enter the Supreme Being realm. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu took the risk to try it, because this bottleneck was too long. As Li Zhongjiu used this method of refining medicine, the pool of fresh blood gradually condensed into 4 blood pearls. These blood beads contained extremely strong qi and blood power. There are actually 4 pearls. I'm too weak now, otherwise this 5 kilograms of fresh blood would have the best effect. But now, it's not a problem to replenish my energy and refine the heavenly flame golden rat fruit. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had escaped from Long Herb Peak during this pursuit. However, he was charged with the crime of stealing treasures. Later on, his father and mother were also implicated. In the end, Li Sheng's faction succeeded. This was clearly a collusion between Li Zhongjiu's faction and the elder of Long Herb Peak to obtain the position and power of Li Zhongjiu's father. This time, Li Zhongjiu did not intend to leave. I, Li Zhongjiu, am the name of my clan, but back then, my clan was persecuted. In this life, I will definitely make you pay with your blood. Chapter 2. Li Zhongjiu had used up quite a bit of his stamina to forcefully attack and refine the blood bead. Li Zhongjiu swallowed the blood bead. When he swallowed the 2 blood beads and refined them to a certain extent, he swallowed the heavenly flame gold rat fruit. As soon as the heavenly flame gold rat fruit entered his throat, the hot energy seemed to have turned into a rat and rushed into Li Zhongjiu's body. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu's young face showed a painful expression. One must know that the reason why the golden rat fruit was given such a name was because the energy of the fruit was like a rat with sharp teeth, constantly pouring into the body and gnawing on the insides of the body. But in fact, during the gnawing process, the energy was replenishing the damaged parts of the internal organs, helping to repair the body. The process was extremely painful, but compared to the hardships Li Zhongjiu had experienced in his previous life, it was nothing. This wasn't a big deal. At this moment, on the ground, Li Sheng led a group of people to look for Li Zhongjiu's figure around the Long Herb Peak. This trash is so good at hiding. I want to let him go, but I might not be able to find him. Li Sheng snorted. At this moment, a disciple of the Li family beside Li Sheng looked at his elder brother in shock. Let him go! Idiot, if we don't let him go, how can he escape? We will lead this disaster to Li Tianqing and catch him in one fell swoop. Li Sheng sneered. In his previous life, he used this method to force Li Tianqing to give up the position of the family head. In the end, he was hunted down by Li Sheng's family. This dignified family head of one of the 4 great families in Luoxia City actually ended up like this. Who are you going to let go? While they were walking, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, the 5 people were frightened and stopped. They turned around and saw a figure jump down from the tree behind them. Under the moonlight, the figure was thin. This figure was somewhat thin, and the bloodstains on his white robe were particularly conspicuous. The few of them saw this person's eyes. As the figure gradually walked out from under the tree, that young and tender face also gradually appeared. Li Zhongjiu. The person who came was Li Zhongjiu. Li Sheng, who was very familiar with Li Zhongjiu, couldn't help but frown when he saw Li Zhongjiu. In the past, Li Zhongjiu looked at him submissively because he was older than Li and had a higher cultivation than Li Zhongjiu. In the heart of Li Zhongjiu, he was always the mighty and brave older cousin brother. But this time, Li Zhongjiu's gaze made Li Sheng very uncomfortable. This was because the way Li Zhongjiu looked at him was as if Li Sheng was already a dead man. This made Li Sheng very uncomfortable. The reason for that was because in his eyes, Li Zhongjiu was merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered from the very beginning. All these years, Li Zhongjiu's cultivation had been maintained at the level of a grade 3 Yuan practitioner. Even so, how could a mere Li Zhongjiu be a match for a grade 6 Yuan practitioner like Li Sheng? Li Sheng signaled with his eyes. The 4 men immediately split into 2 sides and surrounded Li Zhongjiu. Cousin, if you want to cultivate the elemental formula, you can tell me. Why did you steal such an important thing from the sect? Come with me to the elders and admit your guilt. As long as your attitude is sincere, I believe the elders will take into account that you are young and immature and give you a lighter punishment. Li Sheng said. Oh? Sincere attitude? Then tell me, what do you mean by sincere attitude? Li Zhongjiu smiled. In his previous life, it was this kind of trash in front of him that caused his family to be exterminated. Thinking about how useless he was in his previous life, he couldn't believe that he was killed by such a person. Hearing Li Zhongjiu's words, Li Sheng raised his eyebrows. It sounded like he was sincerely asking for advice, but there was a hint of disdain in his tone. Of course it's to kneel down and let me break your legs and bring you back. Do it. Li Sheng shouted angrily. Li Zhongjiu must have heard what he said. Since that was the case, he couldn't let Li Zhongjiu live. So what if you know? Trash will always be trash. Since you've already hidden, why come out to die? The 4 people beside him immediately pounced towards Li Zhongjiu. Like 4 wild wolves, they pounced towards Li Zhongjiu. To be able to become Li Sheng's lackeys, the 4 of them had pretty good strength. They had all reached the 4th stage of the Yuan realm, and one of them had even reached the 5th stage of the Yuan realm. This person charged at the front. No matter if it was killing Li Zhongjiu or capturing Li Zhongjiu, he would have a first-class contribution. In front of Li Sheng, he would have a better chance to perform. Die. Heavenly Hawk Claw. Li Hao roared and used his most proficient Yuan skill, Heavenly Hawk Claw. Although it was only an ordinary first-stage Yuan skill, Li Hao had cultivated this technique for nearly 2 years. When he attacked, it was like a hawk pouncing towards Li Zhongjiu. Heavenly Hawk Claw? I think it should be Heavenly Chicken Claw. Li Zhongjiu mocked. Facing the siege of these 4 people, he didn't seem to be nervous at all. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't seem to be nervous at all. Just as Li Hao's claw was about to touch Li Zhongjiu finally moved. His feet turned and his body moved slightly to the side, dodging Li Sheng's claw. In the next second, Li Zhongjiu actually grabbed Li Hao's claw. Break! Crack! Compared to Li Hao's Heavenly Hawk Claw, Li Zhongjiu's hand was naturally not as strong as Li Hao's. However, Li Zhongjiu's hand just happened to grab onto Li Hao's finger joint. When he turned, he simply broke Li Hao's finger without any suspense. Ah! Li Hao instantly fell to the ground and screamed. Another person rushed out and circulated the Yuan Qi in his body on the long saber in his hand. He slashed towards Li Zhongjiu. This slash was clearly intended to kill Li Zongjiu. He lifted his leg and kicked Li Hao away, causing him to collide with the saber. Li Zongjiu also took a step forward. He circulated his palms. When the opponent saw that it was Li Hao who was flying towards him, he hurriedly retracted his attack and caught Li Hao. However, he saw that Li Zongjiu directly pressed his palms on Li Hao's chest, hitting a bull through a mountain. Boom! A terrifying force instantly poured out from Li Zongjiu's hands. It passed through Li Xing's body and directly charged towards the person behind him. Bang! This Li family disciple, who was a fourth-stage Yuan Qi cultivator, directly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, landing on the ground. What? So fierce! When the remaining two people saw that Li Zongjiu was so strong and powerful, they actually did not dare to step forward for a moment. However, Li Zongjiu took the lead and charged towards these people. Heavenly Hawk Claw. What Li Zongjiu used was exactly Li Hao's Heavenly Hawk Claw from before. Although he had only seen it once, the power displayed was even stronger than Li Hao's. Chapter 3. Two sharp gusts of wind clawed at the two of them. One of them dodged faster, but Li Zongjiu managed to claw off a chunk of flesh from his shoulder. On the other hand, Li Zongjiu tore off a large chunk of flesh from the other person's neck. The wound was so large that fresh blood flowed freely. He lay on the ground, clutching his throat as he stared at Li Zongjiu in horror. He looked at Li Xing with a pleading gaze. Unfortunately, Li Xing only glanced at him indifferently. Most of his attention was focused on Li Zongjiu. He was extremely puzzled. How had Li Zongjiu undergone such a drastic change in the blink of an eye? Putting aside the breakthrough in his strength, the ruthlessness he had displayed during the exchange was something that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Even Li Xing felt a trace of apprehension when he saw Li Zongjiu's expression. SSS. This guy, how did this guy? The disciple with the injured shoulder stared at Li Zongjiu in shock. You stole from the sect, deceived your master, and harmed your fellow disciples. You're worse than a pig or a dog. Li Zongjiu, Li Xing, as the eldest disciple of Long Herb Peak, announced that you will be executed on the spot. Li Xing took a deep breath. If he wanted to figure out what was going on with Li Zongjiu, he had to take Li Zongjiu down today. The Yuan power within his body began to circulate. A wave of Yuan power appeared between Li Xing's palms. The Yuan power that Li Xing cultivated was called the Blazing Earth Technique, and it was a Grade 2 Yuan power technique. It was an extremely powerful technique even among Grade 2 Yuan power technique. If one cultivated it to a certain level, they would be able to gain the upper hand among Yuan power practitioners. As the Blazing Earth Technique circulated, a wave of energy gathered around Li Xing, as if a ball of fire was about to appear in the center of his palms. Blazing Palm. Grade 2 Yuan skill, Blazing Palm. This move was still fresh in Li Zongjiu's mind. Back then, Li Zongjiu had been seriously injured by this palm and fell from the sky. Fortunately, there was an extremely deep lake at the bottom of the cliff, so he was able to preserve his life. However, due to the severity of his injuries, Li Zongjiu needed a long time to recover. When Li Zongjiu came out of the forest, he heard about the massacre of the clan. All the grudges between them had started with this palm strike. Blood Palm. Li Zongjiu mobilized the elemental energy in his body. However, when Li Zongjiu used the Blood Fiend Palm, he felt the shadow of a blood-red dragon emerge from the depths of his soul. This shadow roared at the sky, as if releasing a murderous aura. At this moment, the terrifying murderous aura almost made Li Zongjiu dizzy. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, relied on his powerful will to suppress this terrifying blood fiend will. Moreover, this blood fiend palm was like a 10,000-ton flood that roared out. Boom! The aura that erupted from Li Zongjiu's palm was earth-shattering, as if it was a demon from hell. Li Xing had originally vowed that this move would be enough to kill Li Zongjiu. However, in the next second, he was swallowed up by Li Zongjiu's aura. At this moment, Li Xing only felt as if a ferocious and terrifying blood-red dragon had appeared in front of him, occupying his entire vision. In the face of this blood-red dragon's aura, Li Xing could only become a ghost under its claws. Pfft! Li Xing flew backwards. When he looked at Li Zongjiu, he felt as if there was a terrifying aura surrounding Li Zongjiu. How is this possible? As a 6th-level Origin Realm cultivator, he couldn't even defeat Li Zongjiu, who was only a 3rd-level Origin Realm cultivator. This was too exaggerated, and the aura that this guy was releasing right now. Also, what he saw just now. What was that? A blood-red dragon? Did such a thing really exist? Li Zongjiu couldn't help but look at his hands. As the evil lord in his previous life, he quickly understood what had happened to his body. So, my prime soul fusion pill didn't fail. Although there's only the blood dragon soul, it can help me increase my murderous aura. At this moment, his pupils had already turned crimson red. The prime soul fusion pill helped Li Zongjiu in his futile attempt to merge the power of the 4 dragon souls and break through to the absolute saint realm. But in the end, the 4 dragon souls went berserk and lost their energy. No one knew what happened, but in the end, Li Zongjiu returned to 3,000 years ago, when he was still young. This brought along not only Li Zongjiu's soul, but also the blood dragon's soul. The only thing he didn't use was that the blood dragon's soul had already become Li Zongjiu's power. It was under the control of Li Zongjiu. The murderous aura has increased my strength. Li Xing, show me your sincerity now. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Li Xing was shocked. Looking at Li Zongjiu's current appearance, he was no longer the submissive younger cousin he used to be. He was clearly an unparalleled killing god that had just been unsealed. This aura was enough to make Li Xing break down. You're not Li Zongjiu. Who are you? You're not Li Zongjiu. Li Xing suddenly realized that the person in front of him might not be Li Zongjiu at all. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Of course I'm Li Zongjiu, the supreme Li Zongjiu. Today, I'll pay you back double for what you did to me in the past. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he stepped forward and stomped on Li Xing's knee, causing a crisp sound to ring out. Crack! Li Xing's knee broke instantly. The protruding bone pierced through his skin and came out. Ah! Li Xing screamed in pain. Blood dripped from the bone. Does it feel good? Li Zongjiu squatted down and looked at Li Xing in pain. Li Xing wanted to say something, but Li Zongjiu reached out and dislocated Li Xing's jaw. Li Xing could only open his mouth, but no sound came out. Li Xing could only stare at Li Zongjiu in pain and anger. At this moment, Li Xing even suspected that Li Zongjiu had been hiding his strength for so long. This time, it's for you. Li Zongjiu flicked his finger. A burst of elemental energy shot out from his finger. With a bang, it blew Li Xing's other knee into pieces. Li Xing's face contorted in pain. He did not understand why Li Zongjiu would do this to him. Why did he break his leg? Why did he torture him? What was he doing? This blacklight blade was given to you by Lu Shun, you son of a bitch. Li Zongjiu pulled out a dagger from Li Xing's waist. It was as black as ink and the blade emitted a green light. When Li Xing heard Li Zongjiu's words, his eyes widened. He no longer cared about the pain from before. He only looked at Li Zongjiu in shock and disbelief. How is this possible? How is this possible? How did you know? Li Xing could no longer say these words. However, his expression had already told Li Zongjiu the answer. How dare you steal the alchemy sect's secret scroll to frame me? You alone don't have the ability, Li Zongjiu said calmly. The shock in Li Xing's eyes could no longer be erased. This way. In the dark night, an elder dressed in black was followed by a few disciples. They were moving quickly. Following the direction of the scream just now, it seemed to have come from this direction. Whoosh, whoosh. A few figures landed in front of a large tree. A few corpses were hung from the tree. One of them had lost half of his throat. The other two had also died horribly. As for the last person, he could only be described as extremely miserable. His legs were twisted, broken, and his jaw was dislocated. His abdomen. A black dagger was stuck in it. Chapter 4. They saw Li Sheng's tragic death. The leader's hand under the black robe couldn't help but twitch. Under his pale eyebrows, there was a trace of doubt and worry. The dagger stuck on the body seemed to be announcing something. When he saw this, his eyes darkened. How dare he kill my Long Herb Peak disciple? Investigate. You must find out who this person is. Lu Shun roared. The disciples behind him seemed to be shocked by the cruel scene in front of them. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, Fog Snow Alchemy Sect was the #1 sect. Even in Dingquan Province, it was one of the top sections. Who dared to kill a disciple of Fog Snow Alchemy Sect and still be so arrogant as to hang the corpse at the foot of the mountain? It was obviously a provocation to Fog Snow Alchemy Sect. Elder, suddenly, a disciple saw a bamboo tube on Li Sheng's body. When he removed the bamboo tube, he immediately turned pale with fright. He quickly carried the bamboo tube in his hand and walked in front of Lu Shun. Secret Alchemy Sect Scroll? Why is it on him? After seeing the Secret Alchemy Sect Scroll, Elder Lu Shun's eyes widened. He sucked in a breath of cold air. This was really shocking. This damn brat, did he not put it in? In an instant, Lu Shun put away the shock in his eyes and pondered for a moment. After thinking for a while, he immediately ordered the arrest of Li Sheng and the others. Pass down the order. Li Sheng stole the Secret Alchemy Sect Scroll from Long Herb Peak and was intercepted by us. He committed suicide here. Since we have been disciples for so many years, we will cremate him on the spot, Lu Shun said. Although such a big change had occurred, he was still calm. He destroyed the corpse and destroyed the evidence. The biggest shock to Lu Shun was the appearance of the black light blade. Since he was already executed, why did he leave the black light blade here? What was this announcing? Or was it just an accident? No matter what, he had to be careful. The disciples under him were also very surprised. Wasn't the one who stole the Secret Alchemy Sect Scroll Li Zongjio? Why did it suddenly become Li Sheng? However, these disciples had no choice but to obey the elder's order. He immediately cremated the corpses of Li Sheng and the others, leaving only ashes on the ground. It seems that this Li Zongjio has an expert helping him in secret, Lu Shun thought to himself. His expression did not change. After looking around, Lu Shun left with all the disciples. Since the secret scroll of the alchemy sect had been found, it naturally had to be placed back in the secret treasury. After Lu Shun and the others left, Li Zongjio slowly emerged from the darkness. It really is Lu Shun. In my current state, I can't kill Lu Shun. I also need to study this strange power in my body. I'll let you live for a few more days. Thinking of this, Li Zongjio did not return to the Long Herb Peak. Although there was no problem if he went back now. Li Sheng could be said to have been caught red-handed. If the person who shouted to kill Li Zongjio saw him, he might have to apologize and explain that it was a misunderstanding. Turning around and going down the mountain, Li Zongjio slowly climbed down the cliff of the Long Herb Peak. When the sky gradually brightened, the sky began to brighten. Li Zongjio finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. His fingers were already scratched and his hands were covered in wounds. This place could be regarded as the back mountain of the Snow Fog Alchemy sect. Usually, the activities of the sect disciples were in the front mountain range. Because of the ferocious meta-beasts in the back mountain, it was very dangerous. If an ordinary disciple came here, they would be courting death. Looking at the turbulent river in front of him, Li Zongjio was washed away by this river and started a new life. Now, Li Zongjio did not need to leave this place. Turning around, he rushed into the jungle behind him. First, he found an extremely tall banyan tree and sat on it. He absorbed the spiritual energy in the early morning and turned it into his own meta-chi. At the same time, he recovered his physical strength. Now, I can only barely operate the first level of the heavenly void divine form record. After a long time, Li Zongjiu opened his eyes. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had already cultivated the heavenly void divine form record to the 7th level. It took him 2,000 years, 500 years of alchemy, and 500 years of accumulation. 3,000 years of trying to break through, but to no avail. When I made my move, the blood dragon soul seemed to have some movement? According to normal standards, Li Zongjiu had swallowed the sky flame gold rat fruit and his cultivation had barely broken through to the 4th level of the Yuan realm. If he wanted to fight with Li Xing, who was at the 6th level of the Yuan realm, it would not be a problem to kill him. However, defeating him with one palm was a bit exaggerated. However, the sudden appearance of the blood dragon soul caused Li Zongjiu's strength to increase explosively. Li Zongjiu was extremely shocked that he could cripple Li Xing with one move. If that's the case, then let me see what exactly is going on with your blood dragon soul. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's mind sank and he wanted to mobilize the blood dragon soul in his body. However, there was no movement. After trying for a long time, there was still no reaction. Not coming out? Looks like it won't work under normal conditions. Li Zongjiu withdrew his aura. He jumped down from the tree. Returning to the sect last night might not be dangerous, but it would not be good either. In his previous life, when he stepped onto the position of the evil lord, Li Zongjiu deeply understood that strength was everything. Everything else was nonsense. Even if he was the ruler of this dynasty, in front of the evil lord, he would still have to bow his head. Therefore, before getting rid of Lu Shun, he still needed to gain more strength. In his previous life, Li Xing's family succeeded in their scheme and successfully became the head of the Li family. The peak master of the Long Herb Peak also became Lu Shun. Obviously, there was some unspeakable secret. This time, Lu Shun would not be able to live peacefully. Li Zongjiu had already entered the forest to find some materials to refine some elixirs to increase his strength. Other than the title of the evil lord, Li Zongjiu also had a title that was revered by the world. Medicine Saint. Long Herb Peak Elder's Pharmacy. After Lu Shun returned to the Long Herb Peak and reported the situation, he summoned his most prized disciple. At this moment, standing in front of Lu Shun was a female disciple with a slightly swollen body. Her eyes were fierce and wide open. Just her arm alone was thicker than an ordinary person's calf. "Elder, why did you summon me?" "Jinzhu, you are my most prized disciple and also my most trusted disciple. I want you to do something. After it is done, you must not let anyone know. Also, you must not let anyone know that this is the mission I'm giving you. Are you willing?" Hearing this, Jinzhu said without hesitation, "Elder, Jinzhu will go through water and tread on fire." "Good. I want you to kill that Li Zongjiu from the Li family. This person's behavior is improper and he is ruthless and cunning. He has harmed many of our female disciples. You must kill him. At this moment, he should be hiding in the back mountain." Chapter 5. Looking at Jinzhu's departing figure, Lu Shun was also calculating in his heart. The person behind Li Zongjiu is definitely stronger than a Yuan master. He must be hiding among the Yuan practitioners. Jinzhu's grade 8 Yuan practitioner strength is enough to deal with him. If Jinzhu fails, I will definitely be able to find traces of this person. If Jinzhu succeeds, that would naturally be for the best. However, after this matter is completed, I must make Jinzhu completely shut up. For his own plan, Lu Shun could only do this. This was all because of the disobedient Li Zongjiu. One day later, Li Zongjiu was currently living a comfortable life in the back mountain. This was a dangerous place for ordinary people, but with Li Zongjiu's methods, it had become a paradise. In the Heaven Void God record, there was a mind-controlling heart sutra. Although there wasn't much research on it, it was enough to deal with these low-intelligence Yuan beasts. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu was sitting on a grade 5 Yuan practitioner steel claw black wolf. This way. Li Zhongjiu grabbed a ball of the steel claw black wolf's fur. Immediately, he and the steel claw black wolf changed direction and rushed towards a valley. Found it, the fire spiritual herb. Li Zhongjiu quickly found the fire spiritual herb hidden behind a giant python. This cold spiritual herb was also the last herb that Li Zhongjiu was looking for. With this fire spiritual herb, Li Zhongjiu could refine a grade 1 pill, the fire elemental pill. When the giant python saw Li Zhongjiu and the steel claw black wolf rushing over, it opened its eyes wide and glared in front of it. Hiss! As it breathed, a strong fire elemental energy burst out and formed a wave of air that swept towards Li Zhongjiu. Grade 7 Yuan practitioner? When Li Zhongjiu sensed it, he smiled in disdain. You're merely a 7th tier Yuan cultivator soul beast, so what if I snatch one of your spiritual herbs? The air waves created by this giant python seemed to have formed a storm, trying to swallow Li Zhongjiu whole. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu patted his black wolf and soared into the air, instantly arriving above the giant python's head. Blood palm. Boom! The familiar blood dragon soul power once again surged out with this palm strike. The Blood Fiend Palm was considered the pinnacle of Tier 1 origin skills. Now Li Zhongjiu could also use it and unleash great power. When the power of the Blood Dragon's soul was injected into it, the power of the Blood Fiend Palm instantly increased tenfold. A palm landed on the python's body. The terrifying baleful blood palm instantly tore the giant python apart. Boom! The giant python's head was instantly torn apart. Li Zhongjiu grabbed the giant python's gallbladder and threw it to the black wolf. It swallowed the gallbladder in one gulp. This was a 7th tier Yuan cultivator soul beast. But it couldn't even withstand one attack from Li Zhongjiu. The giant python's blood splattered all over Li Zhongjiu's body. He wiped the blood off his face and then plucked the fire spiritual herb. There are actually 3 of them. Then the collection over the past few days should be enough for me to make 3. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. After the black wolf finished eating the gallbladder, it began to search for other parts of the giant python's body that could be eaten. Ever since it was subdued by Li Zhongjiu yesterday, it had been full. He had been eating until he was full, and his originally slightly shriveled stomach was now bulging. It had always been wandering around the edges to hunt for food. Today, it finally ate the meat of a origin beast from the depths of the forest. It was indeed delicious. Let's go. Li Zhongjiu led the black wolf into the depths of the forest. Relying on his rich experience, Li Zhongjiu also chose a cave on a cliff as a temporary resting place. Even the current Li Zhongjiu would encounter danger if he moved around here at night. It was better to be safe than sorry. Just after Li Zhongjiu and the black wolf left, the smell of blood in this bloody place spread out. Boom! A figure fell from the sky, causing the ground to tremble twice. Jin Zhu carried a 1.5-meter-long wolf fang iron club on her shoulder. Looking at the exploded corpse of the blood python in front of her, there were still many traces left on the ground. It was obvious that it had just left. Killed with one palm? Jin Zhu looked around. There were not many traces of the giant python's struggle. It had already been killed at the place where she left. Such a domineering power. She picked up a piece of snake meat from the ground. Mixed with the burnt smell, she put it in her mouth and chewed. Eating raw snake meat. The palm energy is like a knife, the cut is clean. 30% done, a 6th grade Yuan realm expert? Through the texture of the meat, Jin Zhu was able to estimate the strength of the person who had attacked. The moment the attack was launched, the snake man was torn apart. The friction between the force and the snake meat caused the snake meat to instantly heat up and cook it. If someone could split the giant python apart with one palm and cook the snake meat, that person would at least have reached the realm of Yuan realm. Perhaps only an elder would be able to deal with an expert of that realm. However, it was only 30% done, at most a 6th grade Yuan realm expert. However, this palm technique was a little strange. To be able to kill a 7th grade Yuan realm giant python in one move, there must be something fishy about it. Wolf dung? Jin Zhu also noticed that there was a pile of wolf dung in the surroundings. She immediately went up and poked it with her finger, then put it in her mouth and tasted it. It's still hot. It just left not far. Jin Zhu's eyes immediately brightened. She straightened her body and charged towards the front. If Li Zongjiu knew that there was such a person chasing after him, he would probably be speechless. Li Zongjiu naturally didn't know about Jin Zhu's existence. Instead, he was looking at the small cauldron formed by the energy in his palm. The few spiritual herbs were constantly burning. If this evil lord's cultivation was still here, I wouldn't have to be so careful. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but sigh. This process was indeed quite painful for Li Zongjiu. He was already an alchemy saint, but he could only use such a basic method to refine pills. As the energy was continuously poured in, the energy in the cauldron was also constantly condensing. The herbs were burned bit by bit. The medicinal liquids fused together, and 3 crystal-clear medicinal pills gradually appeared in his hand. The cauldron dissipated, and a medicinal fragrance filled the air. The black wolf, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly raised its head. Its blue eyes stared intently at the pills in Li Zongjiu's hand. The pills were gradually solidifying. 3 small fiery red pills appeared in Li Zongjiu's hand. Following the formation of this medicinal pill, the unique spiritual aura and fluctuation of a medicinal pill began to spread. Just a medicinal pill like this in one's hand was enough to cause a Yuan-Shi level Yuan beast to go crazy. It's done. Fire Spirit Pill. However, just as Li Zongjiu was pleasantly surprised, the black wolf guarding the cave entrance suddenly howled. A whoa! A black shadow flew towards Li Zongjiu. Bang! It violently smashed into the cave wall. A burly figure blocked the cave entrance, and his hand seemed to be still waving the mace. You really made me look for you. Chapter 6. Li Zongjiu finally saw the face of the person. At first, he thought it was a man, but when he heard the voice, he thought it was a transvestite. Now he saw it clearly. It was a female Tyrannosaurus. As a woman, how could she look like this? Even though Li Zongjiu was used to seeing strange things, it was the first time he saw someone like Jin Zhu. That's right, it was discrimination. As the dignified evil lord, what's wrong with discriminating against a person? Where did this monster come from? Li Zongjiu raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently. Go to hell. Jin Zhu didn't talk nonsense. Since she had already found Li Zongjiu, what was there to wait for? Let's just kill him first. She immediately swung the mace in her hand. The width of the cave was not enough for Jin Zhu to swing the mace. However, Jin Zhu directly smashed a few holes in the cave with her brute force, and suddenly there was a violent shake. It really is a female Tyrannosaurus. Li Zongjiu sneered, and in the next moment, he pointed his foot. A baleful blood palm was displayed. There was no need for any extra movements. The baleful blood palm whistled, and under this palm, the blood dragon's soul faintly appeared. Boom! What? Jin Zhu also felt Li Zongjiu's move head-on. She finally knew why the previous giant python was killed in one move. Before Li Zongjiu's baleful blood palm, even if the blood dragon's soul released less than 1/millionth of its power, it was enough to intimidate Jin Zhu. Immediately, Jin Zhu blocked in front of her with the mace in her hand. Boom! Jin Zhu's body flew out in an instant and rolled down the mountainside. Li Zongjiu retracted his palm and looked at the bloody hole in his palm. This mace was a powerful thing. Damn, it's so hard! Li Zongjiu frowned and immediately rushed towards Jin Zhu, who was rolling down the hill. The golden bead was struck by Li Zongjiu's palm. If not for the fact that it was prepared beforehand and went all out from the start, it would have been completely shattered by the palm strike just now. After rolling dozens of times, Jin Zhu climbed up from the ground. While her head was still a little dizzy, she saw a shadow rushing towards her. She lifted her leg and kicked at the shadow's face. Bang! Jean Zhu was once again sent flying. This time, the kick landed on the bridge of her nose. Excruciating pain assaulted him. Jean Zhu's mouth was also bleeding. Li Zongjiu looked at the mace on the ground. After withstanding his palm strike just now, there was no damage at all. It seemed that the material was not ordinary. This stick is not bad. I don't know if you can handle it. Li Zongjiu smiled evilly. Only then did Jean Zhu recover. When she saw her mace in Li Zongjiu's hand, her heart thumped. You're just a 6th grade Yuan cultivator. I'd like to see how you can wield my mace. Jean Zhu let out a low shout. Suddenly, a strange roar came out from her body, as if she was an angry wild boar. Sky Hammer Fist. Jean Zhu's body was indeed strong. After being continuously injured by Li Zongjiu, she could still maintain her fighting strength. She stared fiercely at Li Zongjiu and suddenly rushed forward. She stretched out her hands. Bang! There was a violent vibration in the air. Everyone could faintly feel the strength of this attack. Li Zongjiu kicked the mace in his hand and waved it. Lie down. The mace seemed to be mixed with a great force. At this moment, Li Zongjiu felt as if another force had been injected into his body. Roar. The roar of a dragon could be heard from Li Zongjiu's body as golden light shone from his arms. At this moment, the heavy mace in Li Zongjiu's hands felt as light as a wooden stick. What? Jean Zhu's eyes seemed to see the shadow of a golden dragon emerging from Li Zongjiu's body and coiling around his body. Could this be Li Zongjiu's original soul? However, only when one reached the Pan-Yuan realm and became a Yuan ancestor could one obtain the assistance of an original soul in battle. The current Li Zongjiu was merely a Yuan practitioner at initial origin stage, so how could he possibly grasp such power? Initial Yuan realm, awakening Yuan realm, nascent Yuan realm, and Pan-Yuan realm. Every realm had a different title. No matter if it was Li Zongjiu or Jean Zhu, they were both elemental realm Yuan practitioners. How could they have an original soul? Could it be that Li Zongjiu was a natural original soul? Thinking of this, a hint of shock flashed across Jean Zhu's eyes. However, it was too late. Li Zongjiu's mace was smashing towards Jean Zhu's head. Bang! Jean Zhu's head was smashed by the mace even though he had condensed the palm technique in his hand. It was as if a watermelon had been smashed on the ground. White brain matter mixed with blood splattered everywhere. What's going on? Li Zongjiu was very surprised by the changes in his body. When he needed killing intent, the blood dragon soul would appear and increase his killing intent. When he needed power, the golden dragon soul would appear again. These dragon souls seem to have become my natural original souls? Original souls were things that Yuan Qi cultivators could refine after reaching a certain realm to strengthen their own strength. Not only would their Yuan Qi be more abundant, but they would also have some more abilities that only Yuan beasts could use. It was a very powerful cultivation and fighting method. Some ancient families were said to have natural original souls. Those who started cultivating their original souls from the initial Yuan realm were naturally very powerful. However, most people would only be able to kill Yuan beasts after reaching the Pan-Yuan realm and refine them into their own original souls. From there, they would be able to control the power of this original soul. From this, it could be seen that a natural original soul cultivator was very powerful. But even if it's just one innate primordial spirit, it's 1 in a million. Twin primordial spirits are even rarer. In my previous life, I swallowed the prime soul fusion pill. Could it be that these 4 dragon souls became my natural original souls? Then wouldn't Li Zongjiu have 4 natural primordial spirits? At this moment, even Li Zongjiu was a little confused. What kind of situation was this? In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had also cultivated to the Pan-Yuan realm. With great luck, he had hunted an evil-winged, desolate flame tiger. That was how he had a strong foundation later on. But now, the 4 supreme dragon souls had become his natural original souls. Was this considered cheating? Li Zhongjiu couldn't calm down for a long time. However, although this power would appear from time to time, Li Zhongjiu still needed to have sufficient ability to control it. It seemed that only by breaking through to the Yuan Master Realm could he control the dragon souls in his body and achieve the effect of cultivating the dragon souls. Let's see who sent this guy first. Li Zhongjiu wanted to check the identity of this T-Rex, but when he lowered his head, he saw that his head had been smashed by him. How was he going to identify it? The black wolf recovered and also jumped down from the cave. It rushed to the front of this female T-Rex and bit off a piece of meat from her body. You really have a heavy taste. You even ate this. But, even if you use your toes, you can guess who sent it. You really have guts. Chapter 7. Originally, Li Zhongjiu wanted to extract Jin Zhu's blood and refine it into blood beads. Using it to replenish his qi and blood, he could use it to refine pills. However, in such a short period of time, Jin Zhu's corpse had already been gnawed into a mess by the black wolf. Not a single trace of it could be seen. Such a pitiful scene made Li Zhongjiu unable to do it. Although the cave had been greatly damaged, it was still barely able to squeeze in. He held 3 fire spirit pills in his hand. Li Zhongjiu sat cross-legged in this empty space. The golden dragon soul and the blood dragon soul have both appeared. What can the other 2 dragon souls bring me? Even in his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had never received such treatment. Now that he had gained control of his power, Li Zhongjiu was not afraid of these hidden powers. Instead, he was looking forward to seeing how powerful they could be. The black wolf continued to guard the cave entrance. Li Zhongjiu opened his mouth and swallowed the 3 fire spirit pills. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu was a powerful alchemy saint. In terms of alchemy, he had already reached the pinnacle. Otherwise, he would not have been able to refine such heaven-defying pills. Even the most ordinary fire spirit pill was far more effective than any other pill on the market. Because Li Zhongjiu's attribute leaned towards fire, the pills he refined also contained a strong fire attribute. The pills entered his mouth. It was as if they were burning. It was as if 3 scalding stones were slowly falling from his throat into his stomach. Come! The heaven illusionary godly record was activated in his body. The yuan energy of the fire spirit pill was quickly absorbed by Li Zhongjiu and entered into his 7 meridians and 8 meridians. Boom! The black wolf could not help but raise its head. It saw that behind Li Zhongjiu, a faint white dragon had appeared. It was so frightened that it immediately fell to the ground. How many dragons does this human have? Why did another white dragon's shadow appear? This made the black wolf feel extremely pressured. Li Zhongjiu originally thought that he would need 2 or 3 days to refine these 3 pills. After all, the effects of these pills were very strong. If he did not spend more time, he would not be able to absorb them and would gradually waste them. In addition to Li Zhongjiu's current body, the absorption power of his body was indeed very poor. According to his previous calculations, the 3 fire spiritual pills would at most help Li Zhongjiu to break through to the 5th stage of the elemental level. Every time a yuan cultivator made a breakthrough, they would need a huge amount of energy. The first destruction heavenly flame gold rat that Li Zhongjiu had found was already equivalent to a Tier 2 spiritual medicine. However, it only helped Li Zhongjiu to break through from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage. Therefore, it was already very good that these 3 fire spiritual pills were able to help Li Zhongjiu to break through to the 5th stage. However, during the refining process, Li Zhongjiu only felt that his body seemed to have undergone a strange change. There was a kind of relaxation of his pores, and his whole body felt comfortable. During the process of absorption, his meridians directly expanded to 10 times their original size. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu only used a short 6 hours to refine these 3 pills. He had already finished refining all of them. When Li Zhongjiu opened his eyes, there seemed to be a white dragon hovering in his eyes. However, this white dragon's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye and entered Li Zhongjiu's body. Why am I refining the pills so fast? Li Zhongjiu did not feel the existence of any other power. However, the black wolf looked at Li Zhongjiu with an extremely respectful gaze. At this moment, the black wolf was shocked. What kind of power was hidden in this human's body? Even the dragon's soul was protecting him. My cultivation has actually reached the peak of the 6th stage of the Yuan realm. Li Zhongjiu was shocked. This kind of shock was even greater than when he broke through to the Supreme Being realm. After all, it was natural for him to break through to the Supreme Being realm. Therefore, he was not too surprised. However, this time, Li Zhongjiu only estimated that he could reach the peak of the 5th stage of the Yuan realm. It was already very perfect for him to absorb the pills. Now, he had absorbed 200% of the pills. The appearance of such an effect indeed made Li Zhongjiu extremely shocked. As a master alchemist, he naturally had a good idea of his own medicinal pills. At this moment, it had far exceeded his expectations. Could it be because my soul power has become stronger? Since I'm on my way back, I can hunt some primordial beasts and obtain blood pearls. The method of condensing blood pearls was also a unique skill that Li Zhongjiu had comprehended from the Heavenly Void God's record. After these blood pearls were refined, they could be used as supplementary medicine to replenish qi and blood. They could also be used to treat injuries. However, this method was seen by others as swallowing human blood and was an extremely evil method. After Li Zhongjiu refined thousands of people from a sect that had offended him into blood pearls, the title of Evil Lord was naturally given to him. Li Zhongjiu was rushing back to Longherb Peak. At this moment, it had been 3 days since the Elixir sect's secret scroll was stolen from Longherb Peak. During this period of time, the Peak Master of Longherb Peak was also in a state of seclusion. Everything was also managed by Elder Lu Shun. At the Elders' meeting, Great Elder, the Li family of Luoxia City seems to have some opinions about Li Xing's matter. How should we deal with this matter? A deacon who was outside returned to the sect and reported the situation truthfully. There were deacons stationed in the cities within a 1,000-mile radius of Fog Elixir sect to handle all kinds of matters. However, this time, Li Xing's theft of the Elixir sect's secret scroll was really strange. Li Xing's father, Li Changjiang, was in the Li family and had a certain amount of power. Therefore, he forced the deacon stationed in Luoxia City to give an explanation. How dare a mere Li family ask for an explanation from my Longherb Peak? Lu Shun was instantly enraged. The surrounding elders were also shocked. They did not know why the great elder was so agitated. However, Lu Shun quickly realized that he had lost his composure. Although his aura calmed down, the raging anger in his eyes did not disappear. Li Changjiang was obviously forcing him. However, it was obvious that Li Xing was useless. I will personally deal with this matter. We will discuss it later. Great Elder, the peak test is in a month's time. The peak master is currently in seclusion and there is no news about him. Should we inform? It was strange. Half a year ago, the peak master suddenly announced that he was going into seclusion. Everyone thought that the peak master was going into seclusion to make a breakthrough. However, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye and there was no news about him. The peak master is still in seclusion. He must be at a critical point in his cultivation. If we disturb him now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? Let's wait for another half a month. If there is nothing else, the meeting is adjourned. Lu Shun said. The Longherb Peak had a total of 10 elders and around 30 deacons. A meeting would be held at the beginning of every month. If there was an emergency, they would also be summoned. Since Lu Shun, as the first elder, had already said that the meeting was adjourned, the remaining people also cupped their hands and left one after another. There were still many things that they had to deal with. Keeping a sect's mountain running was not a simple matter. Lu Shun watched everyone leave. He also stood up and walked towards the back of the mountain. He came to a rockery. Chapter 8. Lu Shun slapped the rock 3 times. Instantly, there was a loud rumbling sound. Soon, a secret door opened. Lu Shun lit a fire and walked in. Long Medicine Peak was filled with rocks and rocks. There were only a few hundred disciples, and they occupied less than 10% of the peak. There were also many barren lands that were rarely visited. Just as Lu Shun entered, a figure jumped out from behind a rock in the distance. If I'm not mistaken, the original peak master of Long Herb Peak is imprisoned here. This figure was Li Zongjiu. In this life, Li Zongjiu not only wanted to kill his enemies, he also wanted to bring glory to his family. Even though the Li family was said to be the dominant force in Luoxia City, there were too many forces that could threaten the Li family in the Xingyan dynasty. While he was strengthening himself, he had to help his family grow as well. Li Zongjiu imitated Lu Shun's technique and slapped the rock a few times. A similar secret door appeared. Relying on his strong soul power, Li Zongjiu advanced in this pitch-black tunnel. Lu Shun passed through this tunnel that was close to 100 meters long. Before his eyes was a gigantic pit. It was at least 20 meters deep. Within this deep pit, there were countless chains that trapped a figure. This figure looked extremely wretched, with wounds all over his body. His shoulder blades were pierced by the thick chains, and his entire body was suspended in the air. At this moment, there was a bottle of spring water above his head that was slowly watering his head, prolonging his life. Looking at this scene, Lu Shun sneered coldly. You don't have much time left. If you don't hand over the formula of the purple gold General Heart Pill, you will die. The person who was trapped by the chains raised his head slowly, revealing an old face. His face was haggard, but in his eyes there was an unyielding hatred. Lu Shun, if you want to kill me, just do it. Why wait? 1 month later, you will naturally kill me. The old man said slowly, as though he had seen through this long ago. Kill you? Of course I won't kill you. You are the peak master of our Long Medicine Peak. The peak test will be in 1 month's time. All the peak masters will be present. Do you think I have no other choice? Saying this, Lu Shun's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Your granddaughter is already on her way back. She will return to Long Medicine Peak in 7 days at most. If you die, what will happen to your granddaughter? Hearing Lu Shun mention his granddaughter, the old man suddenly became emotional. With a shake of his hand, he immediately shook the surrounding chains, and a series of crackling sounds could be heard. Clatter, clatter, clatter. How dare you? Lu Shun, if you dare touch my granddaughter, I will not let you go. You won't me? With your current state? As he pierced the old man directly, he directly pierced the old man's body. You still have 3 days. If you refuse to speak, then don't blame me for being heartless. Lu Shun said indifferently. The purple gold generalization pill was the old man's lifelong research. Now, Lu Shun had set him up and trapped him here for half a year. The reason why he was able to maintain his current life was all because of the spirit spring above his head. Lu Shun wanted to obtain the pill's secret formula from the old man. All right, I'll tell you. But you must first swear that you will not harm my granddaughter. In fact, the old man had already thought it through. Being trapped here for half a year, he was afraid that he would not be able to get out. Therefore, all he could do now was to protect his only granddaughter's life. It did not matter if he died or not, but he did not want his granddaughter to be affected because of this. Hearing the old man's words, the corners of Lu Shun's mouth curled up slightly. This damn old man, he finally gave in. At this moment, a whistling sound could be heard. Whoosh! Who is it? Lu Shun immediately flung a wave of yuan power behind him. Boom! The elemental energy bombarded the entrance of the cave. Instantly, the cave behind Li Zongjiu was blasted into smithereens, causing countless rocks to collapse. Li Zongjiu easily leaped and landed on the ground, looking at Lu Shun in front of him. Elder Lu. Long time no see. Ah, isn't this our Peak Master? Greetings, Peak Master. Li Zongju waved at the old man as a greeting. You are a disciple of my peak, quickly leave this place. Seeing Li Zongju appear, the old man hurriedly said. He did not expect that someone would be able to follow Lu Shun here. If this disciple could escape, he would definitely be able to spread the news. At that time, Lu Shun would definitely die. Li Zongjiu? Lu Shun originally wanted to kill the person in front of him, no matter who he was, but after seeing the face of the person in front of him, he was shocked. This Li Zongjiu, logically speaking, should have died in the hands of Jin Zhu. Why would he appear here? He was actually followed by Li Zongjiu. How did this guy follow him here? Surprised? Don't worry, you won't live past today. Li Zongjiu sneered and said. His eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Lu Shun in front of him. To think that a mere elder of a sect would dare to do such a thing as to cover the sky with one hand. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu only found out later that Lu Shun was also part of the people who hunted down this family back then. Lu Shun would never have thought that someone would come from the future. Seems like you know quite a lot, then you can't stay here any longer. Lu Shun sneered. In the next moment, a terrifying ball of Yuan power exploded from the center of his palm. Boom! The Yuan power instantly twisted and turned into a long blade that slashed towards Li Zongjiu. This was a Yuan Qi art that only a Yuan master could use. Li Zongjiu stood on the spot and took a deep breath. He extended his finger and bit it, causing blood to gush out. Following the infusion of Li Zongjiu's essence energy, this drop of fresh blood instantly started boiling. Li Zongjiu's finger was stained with this drop of boiling blood, and he quickly drew an array pattern on his palm. Blood Frenzy Guide. After the array pattern was formed, he placed his palm on his forehead. In an instant, Li Zongjiu's body seemed to have released an ancient ferocious beast. Roar! A furious roar that came from the depths of his soul exploded. Li Zongjiu's aura of a peak 6th-stage Yuan master erupted continuously at this moment, instantly reaching the level of a 1st-stage Yuan master. The aura in his body surged, and even a gust of wind whistled, blowing the tens of thousands of kilogram heavy chains, causing them to flutter loudly. What? Upon seeing this, Li Zongjiu's elemental energy suddenly skyrocketed. His heart was also shaken. But Lu Shun didn't care at all. Putting aside the fact that there was still a gap of 2 whole levels between Yuan Li and Yuan Li, just based on battle experience alone, how could it be so easy to grasp the power of Yuan Li? So what if you temporarily have the strength of a Yuan master? Do you know what a true Yuan master is? If you rashly increase your strength, you'll just be a tiger filled with air. You can't even imagine a battle between Yuan masters. Raging Sea Storm / Another wave of energy formed from Origin energy erupted from the Origin energy saber. The saber was mixed with furious thunder as it slashed toward Li Zongjiu. As for Li Zongjiu, he merely extended 2 fingers in response. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, under the imposing manner of a furious thunderstorm, it easily and accurately caught the descending elemental energy saber. Li Zongjiu's evil eyes were just inches away. Chapter 9. Looking at Li Zongjiu at such a close distance, Shun was shocked. Lu Shun was shocked by Lin Yun's frightening yet calm gaze. However, Li Zongjiu's next move shocked Lu Shun even more. With a flick of Li Zongjiu's finger, a stream of Origin energy shot out from his finger. In an instant, it transformed into a stream of Origin energy that struck Lu Shun's vital point. Bang! Lu Shun was instantly sent flying. Even though Lu Shun was a 3rd-grade Origin master, he was still sent flying by Li Zongjiu's casual move. Pfft! Lu Shun spat out a mouthful of blood after landing on the ground. Li Zongjiu's move had disrupted his breathing. Li Zongjiu wasn't in a hurry to continue his attack. Li Zongjiu preferred torturing people rather than tearing them into 2 halves. He had even done some research on poisons. Before becoming the alchemy saint, Li Zhongjiu's nickname was the Poison Saint. However, after Li Zhongjiu broke through to the Supreme Being realm, no one dared to call Li Zhongjiu the Poison Saint anymore. Instead, they called him the Alchemy Saint. Of course, these nonsensical nicknames were made up by people who had nothing better to do. Li Zhongjiu didn't care. What he cared about was how to torture the enemy in front of him. You, as a disciple of my peak, how dare you attack an elder? Deceiving your master and killing your ancestors is a heinous crime. If you don't surrender now, you can wait to be annihilated by my long medicine peak. Lu Shun suddenly spoke. He was actually trying to stall for time with a war of words. In Lu Shun's opinion, the reason Li Zhongjiu was so powerful was because Li Zhongjiu had used some kind of secret technique. Once the secret technique's duration was over, Li Zhongjiu would only be slaughtered. You think you can stall for time with such a move? You'd better stand up and see if you can withstand a few more moves. Li Zhongjiu wasn't stupid enough to stop and talk nonsense with him. His figure flashed as he rushed forward and grabbed Lu Shun's throat, waiting to take control of him. However, Lu Shun's feet swayed and his entire body swept to the side. He was avoiding the battle. He was stalling for time. As his figure retreated, he threw a flying knife from his hand. The flying knife was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning in the darkness. Whoosh! Facing this flying knife, Li Zhongjiu easily reached out his hand as if he was picking up something. He easily caught the flying knife in his hand. Throwing a flying knife in front of me? Li had never seen such a confident person was so confident. He flyings had used this technique, used knife, used dagger s, used a flying knife dagger. Whoosh! When Li Zhongjiu caught the flying knife, his wrist also shook. Suddenly, the flying knife was thrown back with the same force that Lu Shun had released before without any damage. Boom! The flying knife whistled, and the light emitted by the flying knife was even stronger. When it flew, it felt like it was moving in a distorted state. It was difficult to see the flying knife's trajectory. If one couldn't judge the flying knife's trajectory, it was equivalent to not being able to dodge the knife. What? Could this be the legendary knife tremor technique? Lu Shun was shocked. Under Li Zhongjiu's knife, he could see the blade, but there was no way to dodge it. Not good. Lu Shun was immersed in his observation and actually forgot about the time. The flying knife was already very close. Just when Lu Shun was still observing the flying knife, he already felt a sharp pain in his foot. Poof! The flying knife was directly inserted into Lu Shun's foot. The tip of the knife pierced into the bone, and suddenly a sharp pain came. What's going on? The knife was still flying in front of him. How could his foot be injured? In the next second, Lu Shun understood. Just now, Li Zhongjiu's knife. At the last moment, the knife could actually accelerate, and it suddenly broke away from the knife light and stabbed his leg. What kind of operation was this? Lu Shun completely didn't understand how the knife was done just now. The knife light rushed in front of him and directly collapsed. It had no power to speak of. It was just a trick. This level of flying knife realm was not something Lu Shun could compare with. He had encountered an expert. But if this knife was thrown by an old man in his 50s or 60s, it didn't matter. He was very clear about Li Zhongjiu's identity. He was only 16 years old. As for his cultivation, it was even more terrible. He was able to enter Long Herb Peak through the back door. In addition, Li Sheng would usually use some drugs on Li Zhongjiu to block his progress. At the same time, it was also slowly eroding Li Zhongjiu's talent. Li Zhongjiu's cultivation progress. They hadn't seen each other for only 3 days. Since the night of the chase, there had been such a big change. Even now, Lu Shun had thought it through. The ruthless expert that Li Sheng and the others encountered that day was most likely Li Zhongjiu in front of him. With the strength that Li Zhongjiu had displayed at this moment, it was enough to do all of this. Even he, Lu Shun, was not Li Zhongjiu's opponent. If it was Li Sheng, he would be easily defeated. He probably wouldn't even have the chance to call for help. Who are you? I have no grievances with you. Why do you want to attack me? Lu Xun pulled out the flying knife on his leg. He found that his leg couldn't move at all. It was impossible to avoid the fight. No grievances with you? Can't I kill you even if I have no grievances with you? Li Zongjiu said with a smile. You should recognize this thing. As he spoke, Li Zongjiu took out an animal skin bag from his waist and threw the thing in the bag to Lu Xun. When Lu Xun saw the thing in the bag, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. Lying in front of Lu Xun was an eyeball, although it was completely dug out. However, Lu Xun was able to recognize whose eyeball it was at a glance. Jin Zhu. The person who was sent to assassinate Li Zongjiu was killed by Li Zongjiu. I don't know this person. What does her assassination have to do with me? Lu Xun still wanted to quibble. Li Zongjiu smiled disdainfully. You're an adult. Why are you pretending? When did I say that she was here to assassinate me? Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Lu Xun suddenly realized that he had spilled the beans. But Lu Xun couldn't care so much at this time. He directly spread his legs, enduring the pain, and rushed outside. Want to leave? Only if you have wings. Li Zongjiu sneered. Instantly, he exerted force on his feet and rushed forward. Boom! Lu Xun felt as though there was a giant winged beast charging towards him from behind. This aura directly engulfed him. Good, perineum palm. Chapter 10. Of course, Lu Xun knew that he couldn't escape. Hence, he used such a method to lure Li Zongjiu into attacking. Now that Li Zongjiu had the upper hand, Lu Xun would follow up with a victorious attack. Hence, Lu Xun had long prepared this move to wait for Li Zongjiu. Blood extinguishing palm. Li Zongjiu flipped his palm and the aura within his body suddenly surged. Boom! Blood extinguishing palm was the upgraded version of blood extinguishing palm. Among the grade 2 Yuan skills, it could be considered a sin. When this palm was thrown out, it seemed as if a monstrous sea of blood was constantly churning. In this sea of blood, a blood-colored dragon soul was faintly discernible. What? This aura was far above Lu Xun's. In front of Li Zongjiu's blood-extinguishing palm, Lu Xun's perishing palm was like a small wave crashing into a monstrous wave. The two were completely different. The two palms collided. A dragon soul blood-extinguishing palm swept out. It directly rushed into Lu Xun's chest. Boom! Li Zongjiu's move not only destroyed Lu Xun's palm technique, it also turned Lu Xun into a cripple. Puff! Lu Xun spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with his shattered internal organs. With a plop, he fell to the ground. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's aura also gradually fell back. The effect of the Yuan array gradually dissipated. Lu Xun knelt on the ground and raised his head to look at the young man in front of him. On this young man, there was no trace of his previous submissive personality. There was only a kind of arrogance, as if he was looking at the heavens with disdain. What exactly happened to Li Zongjiu's body? What caused Li Zongjiu to have such a huge change? Most importantly, how did Li Zongjiu obtain his strength? Grade 6 Yuan realm, able to suck human blood. Li Zongjiu twisted his neck and moved his body, slowly walking towards Lu Xun. At this moment, Lu Xun was kneeling on the ground, unable to move. When he looked at Li Zongjiu, he knew that Li Zongjiu would come to torture him, but there was nothing he could do. Don't worry, it won't hurt for long. Li Zongjiu placed his palm on Lu Xun's head. As Lu Xun circulated his elemental energy, countless blood vessels appeared on his face and crawled up his face. This was because the blood in his body was constantly surging upward. What kind of feeling was this? Lu Xun raised his head involuntarily. His eyes were filled with fear. Li Zongjiu raised both of his hands involuntarily. At this moment, the blood continuously flowed into Li Zongjiu's palms and condensed into a blood bead in front of his palms. It kept spinning and expanding. Hiss! Lu Xun's body trembled slightly. Throughout the entire process, the old man, who was still bound by the chains, widened his eyes as he watched the scene unfold before him. He had originally thought that there was no hope, but when he saw Li Zongjiu appear, his heart sank. He saw a glimmer of hope. But now, seeing Li Zongjiu's actions, the old man began to worry in his heart. This guy wouldn't run up to his head and do the same thing, right? If that was the case, then he might as well die. This way of dying was too fucking terrifying. Just looking at it made one's scalp numb. Plop. Lu Shun's body fell down. Lu Shun's eyelids were rolled up. The essence blood in his body had been sucked dry. Lying on the ground, he hadn't completely stopped breathing. At this moment, his head still had the last bit of consciousness. Pain. Extreme pain. Where did such a strange kid come from? When the old man saw Li Zongjiu, he felt his heart clench. Li Zongjiu raised his hand. The blood bead in his hand was particularly bright. A first-grade blood bead was finely refined from the essence blood of a Yuan Shi realm expert. Its effect was equivalent to a first-grade elixir, but in some aspects, it was much better than a first-grade elixir. Why wait for something like revenge? Even if the hatred between them hadn't been born yet, it didn't prevent Li Zongjiu from killing him first. What's more, Lu Shun had been plotting for a long time. It was understandable that he was killed by Li Zongjiu. It's finally settled. The matter of Long Herb Peak is now the matter of Luoxia City. Li Zongjiu calculated in his heart. This period should be the most difficult time for his father. There were 4 great families in Luoxia City. Although the Li family was now at the top, there was a traitor running around. This Li Changjiang worked from the inside and finally made the Li family a mess. Although Li Changjiang had won the position of the head of the family, in fact, he didn't have many good days. Soon, the family was swallowed up by another big force. He made a wedding dress for others in vain. In this life, Li Zongjiu wouldn't let such an idiot destroy the Li family. He stepped on Lu Shun's head and stomped it into the ground. Li Zongjiu was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a chain shaking behind him. Hey, boy, are you not going to let me go or leak the news that I'm here? The old man was afraid of Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu left, how long would it take for the people of Long Herb Peak to find this place? Therefore, he couldn't help but ask. Li Zongjiu stopped. I almost forgot that there's a person hanging here. Are you the peak master of Long Herb Peak? Li Zongjiu asked. Half of his purpose of coming here was to kill Lu Shun, and the other half was to find this old man. He didn't hear any news about this old man in his previous life. He was most likely killed by Lu Shun. If not for Li Zongjiu's appearance, this old man wouldn't have any more scenes to play. Li Zongjiu didn't even know this old man's name. After all, Li Zongjiu had only joined this sect for half a year. Ahem, it's me. How about this? Since you're also a disciple of Long Herb Peak, let me go, and I'll give you the position of an elder. You can freely enter and leave the treasure vault of Long Herb Peak. What do you think? Cut the crap. You want to tie me to Long Herb Peak just because I'm powerful? How could Li Zongjiu not see through this old man's cunning plot? In terms of age, Li Zongjiu had cultivated for 3,000 years in his previous life. What kind of situation had he not seen before? How could he be deceived by this old man? You want me to let you go? Sure, but on one condition. Li Zongjiu raised a finger and said indifferently. Tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll do it. The old man was excited. Li Zongjiu was powerful and smart. He was worried that Li Zongjiu wouldn't care about his life. As long as there was a condition, anything was negotiable. Become my slave and I'll let you go. Chapter 11. These 2 words were so dazzling that Lin Tsang could not even open his eyes. Where did this brat get his confidence from? He actually wants to enslave me, the peak master of Long Herb Peak. Don't be too confident. Young man, let's talk things over. I, Lin Tsang, am a man of my word. As long as it's a reasonable request, I promise you that I'll fulfill it. It's meaningless for you to act tough like this, Lin Song said indifferently. Until now, Lin Song had still regarded himself as the peak master of Long Herb Peak. He had never lowered his head in front of Li Zongjiu. If you don't agree, then forget it. You can just hang on these chains. Oh right, your granddaughter's name is Lin Yao, right? Do you really think that Lu Shun can let Lin Yao live for a month? Li Zongjiu said casually, but Lin Song's eyes widened in anger when he heard this. At this moment, the chains shook violently. A gust of wind blew. Even though the chains had pierced through his shoulder blades, it was difficult to conceal Lin Song's vigorous yuan power. If Lin Song's guess was right, Lu Shun not only wanted to obtain the cultivation method of the purplish gold general mental elixir, but also wanted to devour Lin Song's yuan power. Therefore, he had been keeping Lin Song alive until now. He seemed to have gone through an extremely painful struggle. In the end, Lin Song lowered his noble head. All right, I agree to your conditions. However, if you want me to do something that goes against the heavens, I'd rather die than obey. Lin Song took a deep breath and said. At this moment, Lin Song closed his eyes. It did not matter if he died, but nothing could happen to his granddaughter. It was because of Lin Yao that he was able to hold on for so long. Carve a brand on my soul, Lin Song said in a deep voice. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the sound of chains breaking could be heard. Bang, 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 bang. The chains behind Lin Song exploded. Lin Song's reaction was extremely fast. When the chains broke, he immediately felt the energy rushing back into his body. I'm finally free. Boom. A terrifying aura spread out. At this moment, Li Zongjiu could also feel Lin Song's aura. He was already a 9th grade Yuan master. With such strength, how could he still be plotted against? The other party must have something on him. However, an 8th grade Yuan master was still passable. The surrounding chains flew and exploded. Then, Lin Song's figure flashed and flew in front of Li Zongjiu. You actually didn't leave a mark on my soul? Aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word and kill you? Lin Song said. Li Zongjiu released him directly. Now, he had lost his chance. Even if Lin Song wanted to kill Li Zongjiu now, it would be as easy as raising his hand. After all, Li Zongjiu had just fought a huge battle and had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, his strength was only at the 6th stage of the Yuan realm. His cultivation was considered above average among his peers, but in front of Lin Song, it was not worth mentioning at all. Heh? You want to kill me with your old bones? You think too highly of yourself. I'll give you an hour to prepare. I'm going down the mountain to Xiuxia City. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he turned around and left. When Lin Song saw Li Zongjiu's departing figure, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Since when did such a powerful disciple appear in his sect? Even if he searched the entire Snow Fog Pill sect, he might not be able to find such a person. Although he was surprised, Lin Song was a man of his word. Since Li Zongjiu released him, he had to keep his promise. However, Li Zongjiu did not leave a soul mark on Lin Song's body. It could be considered as one less restriction. This made Lin Song admire Li Zongjiu even more. Ordinary people did not have such courage. After being locked up for half a year, Lin Song felt like he could finally see the light of day again. Although he did not need to make any preparations, he still needed to take care of his body. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, found a place. On the spot, he refined the blood beads from Lu Shun's body. It replenished his previous consumption and at the same time, allowed his Yuan Li to improve by quite a bit. However, there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the 7th level of the origin realm. The cultivation of Yuan Li was not that simple. It usually required a long time of accumulation. I didn't expect my physique to be so bad. When I return, I'll have to properly polish my body. Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. In addition, this body of his had been secretly poisoned by Li Sheng all along. This kind of slow-acting poison would not be fatal immediately. However, it would slow down Li Zongjiu's cultivation in the long run. Even his talent for cultivation would gradually disappear, making his physique even more unsuitable for cultivation. An hour later, Lin Tsang, whose face was once again glowing, swiftly walked over from afar. Evidently, this new life had brought him great hope. Li Zongjiu had also just exited from his cultivation state. Let's go. Our long herb peak should have riding cranes. Riding cranes. They were specially cultivated by some sects and could be used as a means of transportation. They were dozens of times faster than ordinary horses. Only the core disciples and elders of Long Herb Peak can enjoy riding cranes. Lin Tsang said. Then I'd like to see who can stop me. Li Zongjiu said in disdain and walked towards the relay station of Long Herb Peak. Li Sheng's former henchmen were still in the Long Herb Peak station. Although Li Sheng was dead, Li Changjiang's influence was still there. Even in the Long Herb Peak, there were still many of his men. When they saw Li Zongjiu, they immediately became excited. Li Sheng, who chased after Li Zongjiu, was killed by Elder Lu Shun for no reason. These people did not know the strangeness of it, but Li Changjiang, who was Li Sheng's father, he had already given the order to make Li Zongjiu pay with his blood. If he found Li Zongjiu, he would definitely make Li Zongjiu suffer. Isn't that Li Zongjiu? He still has the guts to show up. I don't know. Now half of Long Herb Peak is looking for him. However, when some people with bad intentions were about to attack, they saw an old man following behind Li Zongjiu. The old man's eyes were slightly closed, and he seemed to be dozing off. His footsteps were concealed, but his speed was not slow. When they saw the old man appear, the disciples of Long Herb Peak opened their eyes wide. Isn't this the legendary, hey, prepare 2 of your fastest riding cranes for me? Li Zongjiu ignored the stupid disciples and went straight to the elder in charge of the relay station. He knocked on the table and said. The elder in charge of the relay station was responsible for taking care of the riding cranes. At the same time, he also had the right to distribute them. If an elder wanted to do something private, he only needed to arrange it. However, the elder's attitude must be good. Since when did someone dare to knock on the table and order him directly? Pa! The brush in his hand slammed onto the table. The corners of the elder's eyes curled upwards, and even the corners of his mouth curled up into a cruel smile. His lips twitched uncontrollably. It seemed that no one could do anything in front of him at this moment. However, when the elder raised his head, his expression suddenly became respectful. Peak Master. You came out of seclusion. Chapter 12. Lin Tsang did not even lift his eyelids as he snorted. Peak Master, if you want to go out, I'll arrange it immediately. There was a reason why the elder was so nervous. One must know that the Peak Master of Long Herb Peak was usually in seclusion, but his prestige was unquestionable. He was one of the top 5 experts in the Snow Elixir sect. Moreover, on Long Herb Peak, if he wanted someone to leave, they would have to leave. Soon, the elder found 2 sturdy riding cranes that looked different from the others. Li Zongjiu directly leaped onto the one in front. Only then did Lin Tsang waved his hand and let the elder leave. He himself flew onto the crane. Boom! Boom! The 2 giant birds soared into the sky. Take care, Peak Master. The elder bowed and sent him off. Only after Li Zongjiu and Lin Tsang left did he dare to straighten his back. That kid, isn't that the kid wanted by the Li family? Why is the Peak Master with that kid on the crane? Lin Tsang was also deeply saddened by this. He never imagined that the people from the Long Medicine Peak would become so greedy in just half a year's time. If this continued, Long Herb Peak would be ridiculed by others sooner or later. Li Zongjiu closed his eyes to rest. In half a day's time, he would meet his father and mother. Although thousands of years had passed, his parents were still alive. In his previous life, he didn't even have the time to bid farewell to them. In this life, he couldn't let his parents suffer the torment of his previous life. What kind of situation would it be when they meet again? Li Zhongjiu's heart was excited and nervous. Lin Song looked at the back of the young man in front. The young man who had suddenly walked into his line of sight looked so extraordinary. He could feel the aura of this young man, and he could even feel that a bloody storm was brewing on this young man's body. Luoxia City, Li Family, Alchemy Square. As one of the four great families, the Li family was particularly outstanding in the alchemy industry. Among the disciples of the family, the atmosphere of alchemy was extremely prosperous. Most importantly, they were all talented. He was famous in Luoxia City. But today, the expressions on the faces of the Li family disciples were not very good. In the center of the plaza, the two of them sat facing each other, maintaining a medicinal cauldron in front of them. One of them was the Li family's #1 alchemy genius, Li Baichao. Li Baicao's strength was widely acknowledged. However, this time, Li Baicao's expression turned solemn. Opposite Li Baichao was a young man in white robes and a jade crown. While this young man was refining medicine, he was even being fed fruits by the maidservant beside him. He was as arrogant as he could be. Is this the #1 alchemy genius of Li clan in Luoxia City? If you keep using this refining method, your furnace will explode in 3 minutes. The white-robed youth mocked. Li Baichao became even more nervous after being seen through by the white-robed young man. In less than 3 minutes, a muffled sound was heard, and a strong fluctuation spread out. Li Baichao was instantly blasted away by the energy coming from the pill cauldron, and thick smoke rose from the pill cauldron. Haha, you're really trash. You want to refine medicine with this level of skill? Let me, Chong Feng, show you what real alchemy is. The white-robed young man, Chong Feng, stood up. His hands moved even more violently. A ball of flame condensed in his palms, and he threw it into the pill cauldron in front of him. Suddenly, with a boom, the pill cauldron in front of him emitted a ball of flame that soared into the sky. Inside the flame, a strong pill fragrance was emitted. The pill was formed. Chong Feng circulated his origin energy and took out a pill from the flame. The flame fell, and the entire plaza was silent. Everyone stared at Chong Feng's hands. He actually managed to refine it. A grade 1 elixir pill landed in Chong Feng's hands. It's actually a grade 1 middle grade pill, lightning soul blood recovery pill. Hiss. How old is he? He can actually refine a grade 1 middle grade pill at such a young age. The difficulty of refining a grade 1 middle grade pill was 10 times more difficult than refining a grade 1 beginner grade pill, or even more. Usually, to reach such a level, one had to be an alchemist who had cultivated for at least a dozen years. Even in the Li family, there were no more than 10 alchemists who could refine a grade 1 middle grade pill, and they were all above the age of 30. It's actually a grade 1 middle grade pill. I lost. Li Baicao's eyes suddenly dimmed, and he looked at the pill in Chong Feng's hands. With his standard, if he performed normally, he would only be able to refine a grade 1 beginner grade pill, but now it seemed that even if he performed exceptionally, he would not be able to surpass Chong Feng in front of him. Chong Feng's talent was at least 10 times his. It turned out that he had always been a frog at the bottom of the well. There were many real geniuses here. At this moment, Chong Feng, who was holding the pill in his hand, was like a giant, looking down at the people around him. Chong Feng enjoyed the light in their eyes very much. This was a kind of worship of the weak, a kind of gaze filled with reverence. This pill is your reward. Chong Feng casually tossed the lightning soul blood recovery pill to the beautiful maidservant beside him. When the maidservant received the pill, she immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. A pill like this would be worth at least 500 gold coins in the market. An ordinary worker could not earn more than 10 gold coins in a month. Thank you, master, the maid said in surprise. It seems that the Li family of Luoxia City is only SOSO. Brother Sunbin, Didn't you say that you would let me see the #1 alchemist family of Luoxia City? Is this it? It's really too disappointing. Hee, Brother Changfeng, don't worry. If you stay a little longer, maybe their elders will come out to compete with you, ha ha ha. Speaking until here, the two of them laughed loudly. In this competition between young people, if the elders were to take action, then the situation would change. No matter what, the one who would lose face would be the Li family. Sun Bin, who was beside Changfeng, was the young master of the Sun family, one of the 4 great families of Luoxia City. This was a provocation in the name of a competition. They wanted to use this to humiliate the Li family. However, the most talented Li Baichao had already lost. Who else could turn the tide? Smack! Suddenly, a pile of white bird poop fell from the sky and landed on Changfeng's head. At such a close distance, he smelled the poop on his head. Changfeng was stunned on the spot. Boom! Before he could get angry, he saw 2 white cranes descending from the sky and landing directly on the square. Chapter 13. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Cripple this kid and kill those 2 white birds as well. Changfeng was flustered and exasperated. How could he endure such humiliation? If I don't kill these people today, how could I have the face to roam the underworld in the future? It's the young master. Young master? That useless cultivator? Li Zongjiu's title as the young master had long ceased to exist. This was because even if this guy cultivated in Wuxia alchemy sect, he would still be at the bottom. In order to allow this young master to enter Wuxia alchemy sect, the Li family had spent a lot of money and used many backdoors. However, the results were still very unsatisfactory. Li Zongjiu? Some elders saw Li Zongjiu, but their attention was quickly focused on the 2 white cranes. These white cranes were the symbol of Wuxia alchemy sect. Only the people of this sect could travel with white cranes. Who is that old man? His aura seems ordinary, but it makes my heart palpitate. Someone saw Lin Tsang, who still had his eyes closed. When Changfeng gave the order to tear Li Zongjiu apart, he saw a figure whizzing over. It was a 9th grade Yuan realm expert. Not good. That person is a 9th grade Yuan realm expert. The young master is in danger. Oh no! This useless cultivator can't escape. Although the young master has embarrassed the family, we can't allow him to die in the hands of an outsider. Many elders and disciples of the family exclaimed. Changfeng sneered. He was waiting to see Li Zongjiu's neck being broken. How dare you say that my head is a pile of shit? The hairstyle that I have painstakingly styled is ruined by you. Humph. Li Zongjiu did not move. Lin Tsang let out a cold snort from behind. Suddenly, a powerful aura blasted the person in front of him away. Bang! The person who attacked was directly sent flying by Lin Tsang's aura. He was thrown dozens of meters high and landed on the street. What? When everyone saw that this sleepy old man actually sent a 9th grade Yuan realm expert flying with a cold snort, the shock was indescribable. The elders of the Li family all became nervous. This kind of expert's identity was mysterious. They couldn't tell what his intentions were for coming here. You piece of shit, how dare you order people to beat me up? Strip him naked and throw him out. Li Zongjiu glanced at Changfeng indifferently. This was simply audacious. How dare you? Changfeng said angrily. Boom. Lin Tsang extended his skinny hand and slapped Changfeng's body across the air. After which, Changfeng's entire body flew backwards. At the same time, the clothes on his body were instantly torn apart and only his naked body was left. No one would have thought that this insufferably arrogant alchemy genius would be thrown out in such a humiliating manner. Just because you are good at alchemy, I have to compete with you in alchemy? What a joke. When Sun Bin saw that Changfeng was thrown out by Li Zongjiu's people, his face instantly became extremely gloomy. Li Zongjiu, what do you mean? How dare you be so disrespectful to my Sun family's guest? Do you want to be my Sun family's enemy? Sun Bin said coldly. Chang Feng brought a total of 2 people, a guard and a maidservant. The guard was the one who was sent flying just now. You are called Sun Bin, right? Li Zhongjiu looked at Sun Bin in front of him. Memories came to his mind. Although his memory wasn't very clear, this name was somewhat familiar. He didn't know if there was any enmity between him and Sun Bin in his previous life, but Li Zhongjiu didn't care. Now, it was time for him to start a feud with Sun Bin. Strip him naked too. Li Zhongjiu grinned and said. Presumptuous. The old elder who followed behind Sun Bin suddenly shouted. Since he dared to attack Sun Bin, it meant that he really didn't put the Sun family in his eyes. He came to challenge them, but he used force to show off. Did he really think that only the Li family had people in Luoxia City? To catch bandits, first catch the leader. The elder directly grabbed at Li Zhongjiu. Just as Lin Tsang was about to take action, he suddenly stopped. He saw a strong aura rushing towards him from afar. This aura felt as though there was an enraged lion. Presumptuous Sun Qiu, how dare you attack my Li family? This roar was like thunder, and his attack was even more majestic. With a step, he leaped more than 10 meters and used the lion heart dig. The Sun family's elder, Sun Qiu, also acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He didn't care about attacking Li Zhongjiu. Instead, he took the opponent's palm and landed on the ground. He grabbed Sun Bin and directly jumped over the wall of the Li family to escape. Li Tianqing, you will regret this. Li Tianqing landed and came in front of Li Zhongjiu. He angrily flicked his sleeve and looked at Sun Qiu, who was running away, and said disdainfully. Bah, you run fast. How dare you behave so atrociously in my territory? The person who came was the Li family's patriarch, Li Zhongjiu's father. Greetings, patriarch. Greetings, patriarch. The surrounding disciples and elders of the Li family bowed. That's enough. Chang Feng is the disciple of Northern Medicine City's Wang Lu. It's normal for you to lose to him. If you lose your fighting spirit because of this, then you don't deserve to be a disciple of the Li family. The enemy is strong, so you can't admit defeat. Li Tianqing shouted. This angry shout was like an enlightenment that immediately woke up these people who were immersed in the shadow of being defeated. Indeed, times have changed. You're awesome now, but it doesn't mean that you'll always be awesome in the future. As long as I work hard, I'll definitely surpass you in the future. Kid, you're good. You're bullying others as soon as you come back. It seems that you've been trained well in Wuxue Elixir Sect. You've got some brains. Li Tianqing came in front of Li Zhongjiu and patted Li Zhongjiu's shoulder with his bear-like hand. Then, his expression changed. Good, you're a 6th grade Yuan realm expert now. The previous information that came back said that this kid was only a 4th grade Yuan realm expert. Now, in the blink of an eye, he jumped to 6th grade Yuan realm. This made Li Tianqing slightly surprised. It's okay, Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but rub his nose. In front of others, Li Zhongjiu was arrogant and temperamental. However, in front of his father, Li Zhongjiu was unusually well-behaved. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu reached the peak and his cultivation was heaven-defying. However, he couldn't reverse time and revive his family. This time, when he felt his father's hot hand, he felt as if it was a lifetime ago. He must protect everything that was familiar to him. Li Tianqing's gaze quickly moved away from Li Zhongjiu and looked at Lin Tsang, who was beside him. Senior, may I ask what crime my Zhongjiu committed outside? As the head of the Li family, Li Tianqing naturally had good eyesight. He could tell that Lin Tsang's strength was not ordinary. I wouldn't dare. I'm Lin Tsang. Greetings, family head. Hearing Li Tianqing's words, Lin Tsang quickly said. He didn't dare to take advantage of Li Zhongjiu. Lin Tsang. Lin Tsang. Li Tianqing heard this name and felt that it was somewhat familiar. Then, he quickly brainstormed. Suddenly, Li Tianqing's expression changed dramatically. This was because the name Lin Song couldn't be more familiar. Your long herb peaks. Peak Master. Although the Li family had always been working with Long Herb Peak to import some elixirs and sell them, the Li family was in charge of providing the herbs and the like. However, the Peak Master of Long Herb Peak never cared about this matter. It was even harder for ordinary people to see him than to ascend to the heavens. Li Tianqing had only heard of Lin Song's name but had never seen him in person. He didn't expect this legendary figure to be standing in front of him. Lin Song nodded. Li Zongjiu hurriedly called out to his father. If he spoke again, Li Tianqing would probably kneel down in front of Lin Song. Dad, I heard that our family has been facing a lot of problems recently. Chapter 14. In Li Tianqing's study room. The father and son sat facing each other, while Lin Song sat on the side. The Sun family has invited a second-grade alchemist, Wang Lu, from northern Medicine City. The one who was thrown out earlier is his disciple. This time, he came specifically to provoke us. If it weren't for you intervening, I'm afraid that our Li family would have suffered a loss today. Peak Lord, drink some tea. Li Tianqing said slowly. Previously, although Li Zongjiu's talent was not good, he was not a fool. Moreover, he had read a lot of books on the art of war since he was young. Therefore, sometimes Li Tianqing would also talk to Li Zongjiu about some problems. After all, the future of the family would still be handed over to Li Zongjiu. If he was not good at martial arts, then he needed to be good at writing. However, the reason why he spoke so clearly in front of Li Zongjiu today was mainly because of Lin Song. The arrival of a peak lord of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect made Li Tianqing a little nervous. In this Luoxia city, a peak lord was even more respected than the city lord. Leave these things to me. By the way, father, I have some medicinal herbs here. Help me prepare 10 sets, I need them. After chatting for a while, Li Zongjiu also handed a piece of paper to Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing took a look at it and suddenly frowned. These? Okay, I'll ask someone to prepare them. Li Tianqing's eyesight was naturally able to see that this prescription seemed to be a kind of pill, but he did not know what kind of pill it was. Moreover, the value of some of the medicinal herbs was not low. Where's my mother? Li Zongjiu did not seem to see his mother when he came back. He also missed her. Your mother went to your grandfather's place. Your grandfather's health is not very good recently. Li Zongjiu heard this and nodded. Li Zongjiu's grandfather lived in a small town more than 4,000 miles away from Luoxia City. Although it was not a big force, it was still one of the richest families in this town. It's getting late. I've already prepared a superior room. Peak Lord, why don't you stay in my humble abode for a few days? Thank you, Patriarch Li. Lin Song cupped his hands and said. It was all because of Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, with Li Tianqing's status, he might not even be able to meet Lin Song. Li Zongjiu also returned to his room. He had not been back for a long time, but his room was still neat and tidy. Li Tianqing quickly ordered people to send the prepared medicinal herbs to Li Zongjiu, as well as some cauldrons that Li Zongjiu needed. Dragon Bone Essence Tempering Liquid, a Grade 1 medicinal liquid. It's perfect for tempering a newbie's body. Li Zongjiu threw a few medicinal herbs into the cauldron. The Dragon Bone Essence Tempering Liquid was a high-end body tempering liquid that Li Zongjiu had mastered in his previous life. It was definitely the best thing for an elemental practitioner. Now, Li Zongjiu not only needed to strengthen his body, but he also needed to detoxify himself from head to toe. He opened the cauldron to refine medicine. Li Zongjiu was completely immersed in refining medicine. He did not feel it at all. There was a strong aura lingering around him. Lin Song, who lived not far away, was originally cultivating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he felt an extremely shocking aura coming from Li Zongjiu's direction and immediately opened his eyes. What a strong deterrent! This young man. How many secrets does he have? Even Lin Song himself could not help but be surprised. That night, Li Zhongjiu refined the dragon bone essence tempering liquid. If he could find the real dragon bone, the effect would be thousands of times better. The dragon bone essence tempering liquid that Li Zhongjiu refined was replaced by a grade 2 origin beast, but for the current Li Zhongjiu, it was still very effective. In the Li mansion, everyone seemed to be discussing Li Zhongjiu's behavior today. There were even a few elders who jointly reported that they wanted to hand over Li Zhongjiu to appease the anger of the Sun family and Master Wang Lu. However, these people obviously belonged to the faction of Great Elder Li Changjiang. Li Changjiang knew about Li Zhongjiu's matter, but in the end Li Zhongjiu did not die, but his son Li Zhongjiu died. This also made Li Changjiang understand that Li Zhongjiu must have done something behind the scenes. It was all because of Li Tianqing and the others, which led to such a situation. Now Li Zhongjiu brought back a powerful old man from who knows where. What was the meaning of this? Did he want to seize power? However, Li Changjiang was not in a hurry to deal with Li Zhongjiu. This brat had gone to provoke Chang Feng and assumed that he was infallible. This would definitely incur the wrath of Grandmaster Wang Lu. Therefore, it was most appropriate for Wang Lu to deal with Li Zhongjiu. Late at night, Sun family. When Sun Bin was captured, he hurriedly rushed to Chang Feng's residence. However, it was impossible for Chang Feng to meet anyone at this moment. As the accompanying elder, Sun Qiu had seen everything from the beginning to the end and told the Sun family's family head everything. The Sun family's family head was called Sun Zhenglei. His strength had already reached the level of a grade 7 Yuan master. Most importantly, the Yuan formula he cultivated was a grade 3 Yuan formula, the Astral Thunder formula. Therefore, his strength was comparable to that of a grade 8 Yuan master. Even a grade 9 Yuan master would have to restrain himself when facing Sun Zhenglei. At this moment, an old man in a green robe was sitting on Sun Zhenglei's left. The old man shook a pipe in his hand as he listened carefully to the story. "You're saying that my disciple crushed the Li family's disciple in alchemy, but was thrown out by the Li family? By force?" The old man said slowly. He tapped the pipe in his hand. This person was Master Wang Lu, whom the Sun family had invited all the way from northern Medicine City. Although Wang Lu's Yuan Qi cultivation was not as good as Sun Zhenglei's, Sun Zhenglei could only listen when Wang Lu spoke. There was only one reason for this. Wang Lu was a grade 2 alchemist appointed by the dynasty and was protected by the dynasty's heavenly elixir pavilion. Only an alchemist could defeat another alchemist. A conferred alchemist like Wang Lu was very popular. He was absolutely tyrannical among the Yuan masters. Even a Yuan general would not be unwilling to befriend a grade 2 alchemist. Befriending an alchemist would never be a bad thing. Sun Qiu glanced at Sun Zhenglei, then slowly nodded his head. "Yes, haha, by force? My disciple is not someone the small Li family can touch. Since the Li family wants to use force against an old man like me, I can only accompany them. Tomorrow, I will refine 10 bottles of Tiger Bone Root Restoration Powder. This powder has the effect of strengthening the root bones of Yuan masters. Tiger Bone Root Restoration Powder. As a cultivator, he was very familiar with this name. It was said to be related to Tiger Bone Root Restoration Powder. It was a godly medicine for Yuan practitioner-level cultivators. If one could cultivate with this Tiger Bone Root breeding powder, not only would it increase one's cultivation speed, it would also give one an even better foundation on top of one's foundation. This kind of Tiger Bone Root Restoration Powder was generally difficult to obtain. If the Sun family could obtain so many Tiger Bone Root Restoration Powders, it would be enough to cause a huge impact on the Li family. After all, the long herb peak that the Li family relied on had gradually fallen to the Sun family. "Thank you, Master." "Don't worry, Master. I, Sun Zhenglei, will definitely consign the Li family to eternal damnation." Chapter 15. After a night of training, when Li Zhongjiu climbed out of the bathtub, He was brimming with energy. The lines of his muscles were also gradually protruding. Although he could not be said to be healthy, he could be considered healthy. There is still some dragon bone essence refining liquid left. After diluting it a little, it should be enough to make 10 bottles. Li Zongjiu remembered what Li Tianqing said to him yesterday. The Li family made a fortune by selling elixirs. Their ancestors also had alchemists, but they gradually declined. However, the alchemy industry in Luoxia City was definitely a giant. The Sun family controlled the weapon trade, and the Li family's elixirs were also the best. But recently, the Sun family invited a second-grade alchemist, which brought a great impact to them. Although the Li family also had second-grade alchemists, they were far from being Wang Lu's opponent. The quality of some of the herbs sold by the Sun family and the shops were far better than the Li family, which brought a certain impact to the Li family. Even some of the customers were snatched away. "Uncle Gui!" Li Zongjiu shouted outside. He saw a burly man coming in. He could be regarded as Li Zongjiu's personal bodyguard. After returning to the family, of course, he had to send someone to protect him. After all, the situation in the city was not very peaceful. Li Gui was the captain of the family's bodyguard. He also had 6 members under him. After Li Zongjiu returned, he was responsible for protecting Li Zongjiu. "Young master, why did you call me? Who is refining the herbs sold by the family now?" Although it was said that Li Zongjiu had returned to his family, in reality, nearly 3,000 years had passed. Some of the details could not be clearly remembered. "It's elder Li Juyan." Li Gui thought for a moment and said, "Take me to the alchemy room." "Young master, you want to refine pills? Ordinary people can't easily get close to an alchemist." "I'll go take a look," Li Zongjiu said. As a reincarnated expert, there were a lot of things to worry about. Li Zongjiu had an awkward expression on his face, but if Li Zongjiu wanted to enter the alchemy room, then he would be blocked outside. However, if Li Zongjiu wanted to leave, then who could stop him? "Halt, this is an important place for alchemy. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." When Li Zongjiu arrived in front of the alchemy building, he was stopped. This entire building was built on top of a fire seed. Other than the alchemy room, there was also a cultivation room. If one's elemental energy was of the fire attribute, then this was a very good place to cultivate. As an extremely precious resource of the family, naturally, they couldn't just let anyone in. "Are you two looking for a beating?" Li Zongjiu glanced at the two of them. As the young master of the family, could it be that he couldn't just come and inspect? Originally, it was not allowed. However, when the 2 disciples saw Li Zongjiu's gaze, it was as if a high and mighty king was staring at them. Immediately, they were scared speechless. Li Zongjiu also walked straight in. At this moment, only the alchemy furnace in the center was still open. In order to refine more powerful pills, it was necessary to fight against the chaotic market because of Wang Lu's appearance. A woman in a red dress and a red-haired old man were sitting on both sides of the alchemy furnace. The other disciples of the alchemy hall were also watching from the side. Li Baichao was sitting in the middle, staring at the fiery scene in front of him. The temperature rising from the alchemy furnace made them feel hot. Even if they didn't move, it was difficult to resist the heat, and sweat kept coming out of their forehead. "Li Yun, add green bamboo water and purple fire sand." At this moment, the red-haired old man shouted in a low voice. The woman in red sitting opposite him flicked her wrist and took out a bamboo tube from her space bracelet. She poured the water in the bamboo tube into the alchemy furnace in front of her. After pouring the green bamboo water, she took out a plate of purple fire sand from her space bracelet and threw it into the furnace. At this moment, Li Yun could also see that the fire was too fierce and the furnace was about to explode. The most difficult part of alchemy was controlling the fire. Once the fire became violent, it would be extremely terrifying. No one would be able to control it. Even elder Li Juyen would most likely cause the furnace to explode if he forcefully supported it with his thick yuan power. Once the furnace exploded, this pot of good medicinal ingredients would all be destroyed. Therefore, Li Juyen couldn't let the alchemy furnace explode. He had to refine it. At the very least, he had to refine a beginner grade 2 pill. Only then would he be able to refine these precious medicinal ingredients. Boom. However, with the addition of purple fire sand by Li Yun, the fire didn't seem to weaken at all. Instead, it became even more violent. All disciples, retreat from the alchemy building, Li Juyen said in a low voice. In order to give himself pressure, Li Juyen had gathered all the disciples to watch. It could be said that he had made sufficient preparations. However, the refinement of this pill was beyond his ability. It was difficult to refine it, and the alchemy furnace might even explode. If these people didn't leave quickly, there might be casualties. Quick, Group 1 and 2 go through the main door. Group 3 and 4 go through the back door. Li Baichao stood up and said, Yen prepare to leave too. I can't protect this alchemy furnace anymore. Li Juyen said. Father! Li Yun shouted excitedly. Li Juyen had a daughter at an old age. He was already so old, but his daughter was only 20 years old. However, she was a genius in alchemy. In fact, his current level of alchemy had already surpassed the majority of the elders. Don't dawdle. I have yuan power to protect my body. At most, I'll be severely injured. Quick, I can't control it anymore. Li Juyen shouted. Li Yun was about to let go of her hand when she heard a scream. Li Zongjiu, what are you doing here? Who let you in? Leave quickly. Li Baichao wanted to pull Li Zongjiu away. However, he saw Li Zongjiu rushing towards the alchemy furnace of Elder Jiyan and the rest. What is this guy trying to do? Is he here to assassinate the elders? Li Zongjiu, what are you doing? Li Zongjiu shouted. However, Li Zongjiu was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Li Yun. Don't move your hand. Li Zongjiu slapped Li Yun's hand that was about to leave the alchemy furnace. If Li Yun's strength left the alchemy furnace, then even Li Zongjiu would have to escape. Brat, what are you doing? Are you looking for death? When Li Juyen saw that Li Zongjiu had actually dared to come and cause trouble, he immediately let out a loud roar. The skin on his body was already showing a rough red color. In a few more minutes, he would reach his limit. Coincidentally, I have a few more stalks of burning fire grass here. Li Zongjiu took out a handful of blazing grass from his bosom. He threw it directly into the alchemy furnace. What? Seeing Li Zongjiu's actions and the fiery red burning fire grass, Li Juyen was shocked. Fuck! Are you trying to send me on my way? Li Juyen shouted. Throwing a handful of burning fire grass into the alchemy furnace was equivalent to pouring a pot of fish oil into a hot pot. Chapter 16. At this moment, Li Juyen had already thought of how he was going to die. Li Yun's face also turned pale. She was obviously frightened. Li Zongjiu must be out to harm them. However, the violent explosion that they imagined did not happen. When Li Zongjiu's palm landed on the cauldron, which had been raging violently just a moment ago, actually stabilized. Li Juyen's eyes widened. He was attracted by Li Zongjiu's technique. The burning fire grass that was thrown in earlier had already started burning before it landed. The flames in the cauldron started burning from the bottom to the top. The burning fire grass that Li Zongjiu threw in started burning from the top. This created a form of collision between the flames. Could this be the legendary flame collision technique? Li Juyen was extremely shocked. The flames in the cauldron were suppressed, but Li Zongjiu did not stop. This was because the pill had not been refined yet. 100 ghost grass, nightline flower, moonlight tear. Refine all of them, Li Zongjiu said in a deep voice. These words were directed at Li Yun. When Li Yun heard Li Zongjiu's words, she was stunned for a moment. Then, she looked at Li Zongjiu. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Do you still want to refine pills? Li Zongzhou roared. At this moment, Li Yun did not hesitate. Li Zongzhou's actions were already extraordinary. Since Li Zongzhou had spoken, she would do as he said. Li Yun quickly refined the herbs. With Li Yun's cultivation as a grade 9 Yuan realm expert, she refined the herbs very quickly. After throwing them into the cauldron, Li Zongzhou also recited some steps for Li Yun and Li Juyen to cooperate. The cauldron gradually stabilized. Seeing this scene, the two of them felt that it was inconceivable. Li Baichao and the others, who were preparing to escape, stopped in their tracks. Originally, Li Baichao was prepared to capture Li Zongzhou. However, when he saw that Li Zongzhou was actually commanding Elder Li Yun and Elder Li Juyen to refine pills, Li Baichao felt as if his world had been turned upside down. In this Li family, who didn't know that this young master was the worst at alchemy, he couldn't even tell the difference between herbs and poison. But now that he had returned from Long Herb Peak, he was guiding the elders to refine pills like an alchemist, saving a cauldron that was about to explode. Li Zongzhou touched the edge of the furnace. That's enough. Out of the furnace, Li Juyen could not help but frown. Isn't it too early to do it now? This pill has just taken shape and has yet to condense. If it comes out of the furnace, I'm afraid it will be destroyed in an instant. Out! Li Zongzhou did not waste any time and replied with a single word. Li Juyen gritted his teeth. Even though his experience told him that this pill would definitely be destroyed, Li Zongzhou had an aura that could not be rejected. Might as well take a gamble. Out of the furnace! Li Juyen and Li Yun clapped their hands together and sent a surge of energy into the furnace. The lid of the furnace immediately flew out. Just as the pill was about to emerge, Li Zongzhou took the lead and sent a surge of energy into the furnace. Immediately, the pill was brought out of the furnace by flames. Li Zongzhou reached out and grabbed the pill. This was because there was a layer of flame on the outside of the pill. It was released by Li Zongzhou. Hence, the Yuan fire did not cause any harm to Li Zongzhou. Success! Success? Li Juyen and the rest could not believe it. Looking at Li Zongzhou's tightly clenched fist, they were afraid that if Li Zongzhou loosened his grip, there would be a pile of medicinal paste on top of it. Congratulations to all of you! Li Zongzhou opened his palm and a round, bright red pill appeared in his hand. When they saw this pill, everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Li Yun covered her mouth in shock. She could not believe that the pill in front of her was actually refined by her. From the aura of this pill, it was obvious that this pill was a middle grade 2 pill. Middle grade 2. It was only by chance that Elder Li Juyen managed to successfully refine a second grade pill when the medicinal ingredients were extremely precious. However, ever since then, he had never succeeded again. As for middle grade 1 pills, he was getting more and more familiar with them. This is a middle grade 2 pill, green sun blazing pill. Middle grade 2 pill. Green sun blazing pill. This was one of the few middle grade 2 pill formulas that the Li family possessed. It was the green sun blazing pill. However, the pill in his hand was a little different. Strange, why is this different from the green sun blazing pill that I refined previously? Li Juyen could not help but ask. Of course it's different. This is the green sun purple flame pill. Its effect is 5 times that of the green sun blazing pill. Li Zongzhou said calmly, then threw the pill in his hand to Li Juyen. Seeing Li Zongzhou's actions, Li Juyen was so frightened that he panicked and hurriedly caught the pill. Give me your pill formulas. I'll add in a few more herbs. Otherwise, such a stupid pill refinement is just a pure waste of herbs. Li Zongzhou said. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Zongzhou had just helped to refine this pill and dared to directly say that he wanted to change the pill formula, then he would definitely be hung up and beaten ruthlessly. He had really grown up to be capable. This pill formula is something passed down by the old ancestor. How can you modify it with your little bit of skill? This is a copy of the pill formulas. Li Juyen took out a scroll and spread it out in front of Li Zongjiu. Pill recipes were the most important part of an alchemist's life. The real originals were all treasured and protected. Otherwise, if they were leaked out, wouldn't the Li family lose this important heritage? Li Zongjiu picked up the brush and added a few more herbs. With Li Zongjiu's understanding and comprehension of medicinal pills, improving the pill formula of a mere second-grade medicinal pill was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Li Jiuyan looked at the herbs that Li Zongjiu added. They were all ordinary supplementary herbs. Yes, if I add them like this, the power of the 5 elements in the pill furnace can form a perfect fusion. A big cycle of rotation. Why didn't I think of that? Li Jiuyan slapped his head. Pill refinement was about the 5 elements. It was all for the sake of harmony. Only harmonious coexistence could produce powerful medicinal pills. Of course, there were also some unorthodox pills. It wasn't absolute. First, one had to meet such conditions to be able to complete pill refinement. Third elder, not good. Just as Li Jiuyan was exclaiming, he heard someone rushing in from outside. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? You don't have any self-restraint. Li Jiuyan looked and saw that it was the manager of his pill hall. He continued to ask, "What's the matter? Tell me slowly." That Sun Family Medicine Hall appeared. Tiger bone bacon powder. Tiger bone bacon powder. Li Jiuyan's eyes suddenly widened like copper bells. Chapter 17. Is what you said true? Li Jiuyan asked loudly. If they did not make sufficient preparations for this matter, the elixir market would probably be overturned in an instant. It's absolutely true. The Sun family took a bottle of elixir to the market today to test it. A disciple of the Sun family directly entered the realm of a Stage 5 primordial realm from a Stage 4 primordial realm cultivator. Moreover, they posted a notice saying that they want to auction off the remaining 9 bottles of tiger bone bacon powder. The person who came said while gasping for breath, "There are actually 10 bottles of tiger bone bacon powder. This tiger bone bacon powder must have been refined by Wang Lu," Li Jiuyan said in a deep voice. He originally thought that Wang Lu was only here to slightly support the market. With the Sun family's financial resources, it was impossible for them to invite Wang Lu to oversee the market. Therefore, it was only temporary. As long as they could get through it, they would be fine. Their foundation would not be shaken. However, this time, a total of 10 bottles of tiger bone bacon powder had been refined. This was enough to prove the determination of these people. They were clearly trying to destroy the Li family's elixir market. It's just a mere trash body-tempering elixir. What are you panicking for? Li Zongjiu shouted angrily, bringing everyone out of their nervous state. Even Li Yun looked at Li Zongjiu in surprise. She did not expect Li Zongjiu to have such charm. Was this still the snotty person who wore open crotch pants and followed her around 10 years ago? This is the dragon bone quenching elixir that I refined last night. Even if it is diluted 10 times, the effect is still 10 times that of the tiger bone bacon powder. There is no need to auction it. It can be sold directly on the shelves. What kind of trash is this? How dare you put it up for auction? Spread the news that in 3 days, our Li family's alchemy hall will auction a high-grade Stage 2 elixir. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. However, Li Zongjiu's words directly shocked the rest of the people. They were even shocked several times. Young master refined it himself? Didn't you not even know how to differentiate between poison and spiritual medicine? How was this dragon bone quenching elixir refined? What else? Auctioning a high-grade second-grade pill? This high second-grade medicinal pill was like a heavy bomb to the entire Luo Xia city. It was simply shocking to the heavens. This thick smell, this extremely powerful aura, the effects of this medicinal liquid are incomparably shocking. Li Jiuyan had been practicing alchemy for more than a decade, so he didn't have any problems judging a mere medicinal liquid. Therefore, when he received the dragon bone origin tempering liquid, he knew that it wasn't simple. Quick, do as the young master says. Li Juyen gave the dragon bone essence tempering liquid to the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the person in charge of the Li family's spirit pill hall and was in charge of selling pills. Since he had dealt with a lot of pills, he naturally had a keen eye. When he saw the dragon bone essence tempering liquid, he knew that his chance had come. Haha, good. With such a treasure in hand, the Sun family is nothing. The spirit pill hall's owner spat, but he quickly looked at Li Juyen. But elder, the matter of the high-grade 2 medicinal pill. Li Juyen glanced at Li Zongjiu, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Do as the young master says. Even if Li Zongjiu didn't say so, he would have said so. Since he already knew the Sun family's intentions, continuing to drag it out would only bring a greater crisis to the Li family. He had to defeat them. Yes. In Li Juyen's opinion, this was just a commercial lie. It shouldn't have been said for 3 days, but 7 days. It would be best if it was half a month. That would be the best. Occasionally skipping a ticket wasn't a serious matter for a big business. What Li Juyen was most concerned about now was the refining method of the dragon bone essence tempering liquid that Li Zongjiu had just mentioned. What are you all doing here? Hurry up and practice the flame-urging art. After Li Zongjiu shouted, these people immediately dispersed, leaving only Li Yun alone. After all, she was his biological daughter. Young master, this dragon bone essence tempering liquid was really refined by you? Li Juyen waved the rest of the people away. He rubbed his hands and looked at Li Zongjiu with an excited expression. He glanced at Li Juyen. He remembered that this elder was very arrogant in his previous life. Back then, when he saw that he had no talent, he didn't let him refine pills no matter what. He said that the pills he refined would kill people. This is the formula of the dragon bone essence tempering liquid. However, with your current level of attainment, it's still a bit lacking. This is a scroll of the golden flames burning body formula that I collected. If you understand it thoroughly, refining a grade 3 medicinal pill won't be a problem. Li Zongjiu said. 2 scrolls appeared in his hand. Li Juyen's eyes widened in disbelief. He took the 2 scrolls and opened the golden flames burning body formula. He looked at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. You just said, what is this? Li Juyen asked. Golden flames burning body formula, grade 3 fire elemental formula. Li Zongjiu replied. Hearing this, Li Juyen sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Li Yun beside him widened her eyes. Grade 3 fire elemental formula? In the entire Sunset City, the most powerful formula was their Li family's 7-star flame-urging formula. The strongest formula was a grade 2 elemental formula. What the disciples were cultivating now was a simplified version of the flame-urging formula, which was equivalent to a grade 1 elemental formula. Only when one became an elder or had heaven-defying talent could they cultivate the grade 2 elemental formula of the Li family. But now, Li Zongjiu casually took out a grade 3 elemental formula. This was simply shocking to the point that their jaws dropped. This is really a grade 3 elemental formula, Li Juyen almost cursed out loud. Li Zongjiu looked at these people who had not seen the world and couldn't help but feel disdain. Can't you give me some effort? This was merely a grade 3 elemental formula. In his previous life, even if it was used to wipe his feet, Li Zongjiu would still feel that its grade wasn't high enough. But in Li Juyen's hands, it was as if he had obtained a treasure. After all, Li Zongjiu's previous life's goal was too high. Now that he had started all over again, there was no need for him to keep a low profile. Since you're here, open the door of the Earth Fire Pavilion. I want to go down and cultivate, Li Zongjiu said. Li Juyen was still immersed in the excitement of obtaining such a good item. This was a grade 3 elemental formula. Moreover, it was an elemental formula related to alchemy. This was even more extraordinary. In the Sunset City, only the 4 major families possessed Grade 3 elemental formulas. Each of them had one, which was why the situation was like this. The number of people who were suitable to cultivate this elemental formula was limited. Ah, what? Earth Fire Pavilion? Wait, you want to go to the Earth Fire Hall? That's fiery hell. When Li Jiuyan heard this, his face instantly changed. Even Li Yun, who was beside him, became nervous. Zhongjiu, you want to go to the Earth Fire Pavilion to cultivate? The Earth Fire Pavilion was the core of the alchemy house. At the bottom, there was an array. This fire array was a fire array left behind from ancient times. Later on, it was discovered by the ancestors of the Li family and took root here. Later on, everyone thought that this fire array was created by the ancestors of the Li family. This was something that Li Zhongjiu only found out later on in his previous life. This ancient array was one of the reasons why Li Xing's family rebelled in his previous life. Chapter 18. The Earth Fire Hall is a restricted area in the family. Without the permission of the patriarch, no one is allowed to enter. Furthermore, how can one cultivate in such a place? One might not even be able to return alive. Li Jiuyan tried to persuade Li Zhongjiu. Although he didn't know where Li Zhongjiu had gotten these things from, no matter what, Li Zhongjiu was still a mere yuan cultivator. Don't worry, I have my ways. Elder, you just have to open it, Li Zhongjiu said. Li Zhongjiu insisted on going, and Li Jiuyan had no choice but to bring Li Zhongjiu to the entrance of the Earth Fire Hall. Even with the door in front of them, they could still feel the scorching aura coming from within. It was said that under the Earth Fire Hall, there was not only a vigorous source of flames, but also a powerful and unique flame beast. Therefore, it needed to be sealed and no one was allowed to go near it. Have you thought it through? This is a fire-repelling pearl. If anything happens, it can hold on for a while. I will report this to the patriarch. No need. Li Zhongjiu stepped forward and pushed open the door of the Earth Fire Hall. What entered his eyes was a sea of fiery red. Behind him, Li Yun and Li Jiuyan's cheeks were also red from the red light, and their eyes were filled with burning flames. Be careful. Li Yun could not help but exclaim. Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, stepped into it. The scorching energy seemed to be burning Li Zhongjiu's body, and the clothes on his body were also burned away. He released all the yuan power in his body. In front of him was a bottomless well. Through the mouth of the well, one could feel waves of heat coming from it. Li Zhongjiu paced back and forth near the well. In the end, he retreated 3 steps away from the well and sat down cross-legged. Drawing fire to refine the body. The yuan power in Li Zhongjiu's body trembled slightly. Immediately, the surrounding flames closed in on Li Zhongjiu and continuously poured into Li Zhongjiu's body. During this process, Li Zhongjiu's body couldn't help but tremble. His skin was scorched red like a cooked crab. Last night, Li Zhongjiu had just used the dragon bone essence tempering liquid to strengthen his body. Now, he immediately added fuel to the fire. It could be seen that Li Zhongjiu was anxious to become stronger. As Li Zhongjiu cultivated, the dragon soul in his body did not appear. However, Li Zhongjiu had never forgotten about them. He continued to search for a way to summon them. Only then could he use them to aid his cultivation. The surging power of fire surged into Li Zhongjiu's body. Li Yun was standing at the door. Li Jiuyan had already gone to report to the patriarch, but there had been no news so far. Li Zhongjiu was also fine inside. Only Li Yun seemed a little empty. Just as Li Yun was anxiously waiting, she suddenly heard a muffled sound. Then, the surrounding yuan power seemed to be boiling at this moment. Boom! This fluctuation. Could it be that Zhongjiu broke through? A trace of surprise flashed through Li Yun's eyes. Li Zhongjiu's talent was extremely poor. Even if he was sent to the fog snow pill sect to cultivate, his situation still didn't improve. However, when she saw Li Zhongjiu's strength, he wasn't as bad as the rumors said. He had already reached the 6th stage of the Yuan realm. Generally speaking, if a 6th-stage Yuan realm cultivator wanted to break through to the 7th stage, it would take close to half a year. Back then, Li Yun spent 3 months to complete this breakthrough. Even then, she was already considered a genius. Could Li Zongjiu really break through? Twigs. The door of the Earth Fire Hall was opened and Li Zongjiu walked out. His face was still filled with indifferent confidence and arrogance. She really didn't know where this brat came from. He was so arrogant all day long. However, when Li Yan took a look at Li Zongjiu's condition, her eyes widened. Her breathing had yet to calm down. You broke through. At this moment, Li Zongjiu's Yuan power had improved and reached the 7th stage of the Yuan realm. Yes, a small breakthrough. Li Zongjiu slowly nodded his head. The person who said it sounded indifferent, as if it wasn't a big deal. However, the person who heard it was like thunder in their ears. There was actually such a person who could break through just like that. How long had it been since he entered? It hadn't even been an hour since he entered. What exactly had happened here? When Li Zongjiu and Li Yun walked out of the elixir refinery building, they saw that the people in the building were all in a hurry. However, he discovered that the surrounding people were all in a hurry, as if something urgent had happened. Even Li Gui, who had been sent to Li Zongjiu, was not in the clan at this moment. What happened? Li Yun stopped a person. This person wasn't a disciple of the Alchemy Hall, but belonged to the Martial Hall. However, Li Yun was more well known in the clan. He only stopped when Li Yun stopped him. Not good. The Sun family has invited a very powerful alchemist. He is now causing trouble in our elixir hall. Even as the disciple spoke, he began to stammer again. What happened? Tell me. Even Elder Juyan was defeated by the other party. Now both sides are going to fight, the disciple said. Seeing that Li Yun's expression was a little off, he quickly took his leave. I'll inform the family head. No need. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and grabbed the disciple. This person was just a collateral disciple of the Li family. The Li family was one of the 4 major families in Luoxia City. After so long, it naturally had many factions. Li Zongjiu, the young master, was actually very low-key. Because his talent wasn't very good, he tried to lower his reputation as much as possible. However, this disciple still recognized Li Zongjiu. You are the young master? Just take me there, Li Zongjiu said. This disciple originally came back to ask for help, but he was caught by Li Zongjiu. This young master was said to be a complete waste. He didn't know how to refine elixirs, nor did he know how to cultivate. He only read a lot of books. However, reading books was useless in this era. Can your pen block a knife? But the family head, stop talking nonsense, Li Zongjiu said. Let's go. I know where it is. Li Yun had already taken the lead and walked out. The one who was injured was her father. So, she didn't need to worry. Li Zongjiu also followed. As for this disciple, in the end, he had no choice but to walk in front of Li Zongjiu to lead the way. Because the family head was now in closed-door training, he had already said that no one was allowed to disturb him. Since Li Zongjiu was so confident, then they should go and take a look. The 3 of them walked out of the Li family's gate and went straight to the Li family's elixir hall. Chapter 19. In Luoxia City, the Li family's Spirit Pill Hall was a landmark building. Among the Li family's Spirit Pill Hall, it was the one that sold the most medicine. At the same time, it was also the one with the best reputation. Moreover, it was quite famous in Luoxia City. Usually, it was quite popular, but today, the Spirit Pill Hall seemed to be filled with an unusual smell of gunpowder. Even some people only dared to watch from the surroundings, not daring to get close. Li Juyan, with your level, even if your Li family brings out the old ancestor, it's useless to act rashly in front of Master Wang Lu. A mocking voice sounded. Although the surrounding Li family disciples were angry, there was nothing they could do. Because the Sun family clearly came prepared today. Not only did they bring Master Wang Lu, but there was also a swordsman in white standing in front of them with a long sword in his hand. He seemed to have the aura of an expert. This person was also the #1 expert of the Sun family. He was known as the Three Swords Kill. It was said that when this person attacked, he would only use 3 swords, but usually, the second sword would be enough to kill the person. It was because of such a fierce reputation and the murderous aura around him that ordinary people did not dare to get close to him. The leader of the Sun family was Elder Sun Qiu of the Sun family yesterday. Originally, Elder Sun Qiu was a rather active person. Whether it was good or bad, Elder Sun Qiu was basically the one who dealt with it. Hearing Elder Sun Qiu's provocation, Elder Sun Qiu was furious. Elder Li Juyan was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already lost to the other party in the previous exchange of blows. This dragon bone-quenching origin was personally refined by me. Why would it appear here? Tell me, who stole it? Wang Lu asked indifferently. Beside Wang Lu, there was an unusually sad and indignant young man. It was Chang Feng, who was stripped naked and thrown out by Li Zongjiu yesterday. The reason why he could appear today was because he had a chance to destroy this place. Therefore, he rushed out excitedly. This was because Chang Feng couldn't wait to destroy the Li family. It actually made him, the alchemy genius Chang Feng, lose face. Haha, it's quite lively. Just as Li Juyan was being forced, the situation at the scene was extremely bad. It seemed that the Li family was being suppressed. A voice rang out and the crowd naturally parted. There were a few people from the Sun family who didn't want to move aside. They saw a skinny hand grab them and throw them out with a whoosh. The crowd parted to see Li Zongjiu taking the lead and walking in. Wang Lu turned around and saw Li Zongjiu walking in. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Li Zongjiu. Fuck, I'm going to kill him. When Chang Feng saw Li Zongjiu, he immediately clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to punch Li Zongjiu to death. He gritted his teeth and his body was trembling. It was as if he had been cheated on by Li Zongjiu. It's you again. Throw him out first, don't dirty my Li family's territory. After Li Zongjiu walked in, he directly pointed at Chang Feng. Chang Feng didn't even have time to make things difficult for you, but this Li Zongjiu actually took the initiative to attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a shadow flash behind him. The old man behind Li Zongjiu also instantly attacked. As for the Sun family's 3 swords expert, he snorted coldly. Li Zongjiu's arrogance clearly showed that he didn't put him in his eyes. He actually wanted to deal with the Sun family in front of him. However, when the 3 swords expert was about to attack, he realized that there was an old man in front of him. This old man's body looked thin and weak, but in reality, when he attacked, it was like a dragon soaring and tiger soaring. A palm hit his body. In an instant, it was as if a firecracker was stuffed in his chest. Then, with a bang, his entire body was blown away. Bang! The 3 swords expert didn't even have time to attack before he was sent flying. What? Chang Feng had seen the 3 swords expert's strength before. He was at least a grade 5 Yuan master, but in front of this old man, he still didn't have any power to fight back. In the next second, Chang Feng was once again caught by Lin Song. With a loud bang, he fell in the middle of the road. How dare you attack? Seeing this, Sun Qiu immediately shouted angrily. The experts of the Sun family that he brought were also furious, as if they were about to attack. However, in the next moment, Sun Qiu felt that there was an additional figure behind him. Cold sweat immediately dripped down. The person who appeared behind him gave Sun Qiu a great deal of pressure. It was as if his life would be taken away by this person in the next second. Don't move. Li Juyan, we're not here to cause trouble. However, this medicinal liquid of yours was indeed refined by Master Wang Lu. Could it be that the Li family is full of robbers? Lin Song couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Such a despicable method. He had seen Li Zongjiu refine this medicinal liquid with his own eyes. How could he not be familiar with this aura? The other party was clearly here to cause trouble. Moreover, seeing that the effect of the dragon bone quenching origin liquid was precious, they actually wanted to use such a despicable method to take it for themselves. He didn't expect there to be so many shameless people. Now that they were scared by Lin Tsang, these people all said that they were just reasonable people. What did you just say? Li Zongjiu looked at Sun Qiu. Only now did Sun Qiu notice Li Zongjiu. This young man came here and threw someone out with just a few words, making a mess of the situation. What kind of brain did this young master of the Li family have? Was he not afraid of completely offending the Sun family? Also, what was the origin of this expert behind him? Why was there no news at all? Child, do you think you can challenge me just because you're not even a general? Wang Lu finally spoke. As expected of an old man, he didn't even get angry when his disciple was thrown out. Instead, he carefully analyzed the situation in front of him. Just based on this point, everyone knew that Wang Lu wasn't easy to deal with, as expected of someone from a big city. However, in Li Zongjiu's eyes, Wang Lu was just a fledgling. You're that arrogant alchemist, right? Your hair is already white and you only have this little ability. You still have the nerve to come out. Li Zongjiu said without any trace of politeness. He was sarcastic towards Wang Lu. Don't glare at me. You know our Sunset Square, right? 3 days later, you and I will have an alchemy battle. The loser will strip naked and run around Sunset City. How about it? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Li Yun was taking care of Li Juyan. When she heard Li Zongjiu directly making a bet with the other party, her eyes widened. She looked at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. Even the injured Li Juyan couldn't sit still. Young master, don't be rash. Chapter 20. Li Juyan and the others were shocked by Li Zongjiu's words. After all, this was a matter of reputation. The reason why the other party came to provoke them today was to let the Li family compete with him in alchemy. Li Zongjiu's actions were exactly what the other party wanted. Li Zongjiu had obviously opened his arms and now, Li Zongjiu still threw himself into his arms. It was exactly what he wanted. All right, you are the young master of the Li family. Since you have spoken, you must keep your word. Wang Lu immediately agreed. The speed of his agreement was very fast, as if he was afraid that Li Zongjiu would go back on his words. However, something like running around naked is an offense to public decency. Since you wish to compete with me, you will naturally have to take out a prize. If I lose 3 days later, I will hand over a Tier 2 pill formula with both hands. Second-grade pill recipes. Although this Grade 2 pill formula was not extremely precious, it was not something that could be easily obtained. In Luoxia City, this Grade 2 pill formula was already sufficient to be relied on. Li Zongjiu did not expect that Wang Lu would actually come up with such a condition. This was obviously to swindle Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu agreed, it would be the same as giving away the Li family's property. After all, this was what the young master of the Li family had said in front of everyone. If he did not honor it, then the reputation of the Li family would be greatly damaged. Young master, you must not be impulsive at this time. Li Juyan advised, but Li Zongjiu ignored him. Instead, he looked at Wang Lu with disdain. You have the nerve to take out that third-rate pill formula of yours? You can keep this trash for yourself. Since you want to raise the stakes, fine. If I lose, I'll give you a third-grade pill formula. If you lose, leave your head behind. Li Zongjiu said slowly. If Li Zongjiu was not the young master of the Li family, then he would be easily scolded to death. When did a second-grade pill recipe become trash? Even the Li family might not have the ability to do so. Third-tier pill recipes? His Li clan did indeed have a scroll of third-tier pill recipes, but that was a family heirloom. There was no way he would hand it over. Wang Lu's objective for coming here this time was precisely for this scroll of Grade 3 medicinal pill formulas. As long as he helped the Sun family destroy the Li family, the grade 3 pill formula would naturally belong to Wang Lu. In fact, Wang Lu's strength was more powerful than what he had shown. However, he didn't need to reveal his strength at all. Now, he urgently needed a grade 3 pill formula to break through his realm. Since the Sun family had come looking for him, Wang Lu naturally wouldn't be polite. Ha ha ha, good. You want this old man's head? I agree. However, if your Li family can't fulfill your promise, then don't blame me, Wang Lu, for doing it myself. When Wang Lu finished speaking, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. This was clearly a warning to the Li family to not play any trick. If they didn't hand over the pill formula, then he would snatch it. After saying that, Wang Lu turned around and left the spirit pill hall. Li Jiuyan, prepare the pill formula. Ha. Sun Qiu tidied up his clothes and said proudly. Facing Sun Qiu's arrogant attitude, Li Jiuyan had no other choice but to angrily wait for Sun Qiu in front of him. Wait a minute, when did I say that you can leave? Li Zongjiu waved his hand. Immediately, the disciples of the Li family understood and slammed the door shut. Seeing this, the 5 experts of the Sun family, including Sun Qiu, were shocked. Li Zongjiu, what do you want to do? Kill people on the street? Sun Qiu said disdainfully. If you want to kill people, then come. This old man's neck is right here. If you have the ability, then chop it off. This Sun Qiu looked like he was not afraid of death. He wanted to use this method to threaten Li Zongjiu. If the Sun family and the Li family went to war, the Li family would not gain any benefit. He believed that Li Zongjiu would not dare to do this. I won't chop off your neck. Previously, you said that my Li family's medicinal liquid was stolen? Do you have evidence? Li Zongjiu stepped forward and asked. This kind of imposing manner stunned Sun Qiu. This young man was actually able to threaten him. How could this be possible? This young man was only in his teens. His hair was probably not even fully grown yet. Evidence? You will know what evidence is in 3 days. Sun Qiu sneered. Haha, since you don't have evidence, you dare to slander my Li family's reputation. Bring me a pair of scissors. Today, I will not kill you, but I will leave your tongue. You dare! Sun Qiu shouted angrily. This young Li Zongjiu was actually so arrogant. Let's see if I dare or not. Li Zongjiu grinned. The evil aura behind that smile made Sun Qiu's heart turn cold. It was as if he had been hit by a wave of cold air. In the next moment, Lin Tsang made his move. The rest of the Sun family's experts wanted to stop him, but there were many experts in the Li family. Li Zongjiu's personal bodyguard, Li Gui, also appeared and blocked one of the experts. Lin Tsang's hand slapped Sun Qiu to the ground. He wasn't Lin Tsang's opponent at all. Even Sun Qiu couldn't figure out why an existence comparable to a marshal would appear in the small Luoxia city. Moreover, he was staying by Li Zongjiu's side and listening to the commands of a brat. Lin Tsang knew that Li Zongjiu was establishing his prestige, establishing the prestige of his Li family. The shopkeeper of the Spirit Pill Hall personally handed over the scissors. At the same time, there was a scale with a hook on it. It happened to hook Sun Qiu's tongue out. Li Zongjiu, don't you dare. If you dare to touch me, the Sun family will not let you off. Sun Qiu kept struggling. The rest of the Sun family's experts had already been subdued and did not dare to act rashly. Are these your last words? As his voice faded, the long hook in Li Zongjiu's hand instantly pierced into Sun Qiu's mouth. The sharp hook pierced through Sun Qiu's tongue and directly pulled out half of it. When the scissors touched Sun Qiu's tongue, Sun Qiu's eyes glared angrily. The coldness from his tongue made Sun Qiu feel fear and regret. Why did he provoke this young man? Why was Li Zongjiu so vicious? However, he did not dare to struggle. The more he struggled, the more painful it would be. Li Yun and the others turned their heads. There were very few people who could even look at the situation in front of them. Gotcha! Li Zongjiu did not hesitate to drop the scissors. In an instant, blood poured into Sun Qiu's mouth. Lin Song let go of Sun Qiu. As long as he spat out the blood in time, he would be able to save his life. Throw him out. Li Gui immediately stepped forward, grabbed Sun Qiu, opened the door, and threw him out. The rest of the Sun family members also fled with their tails between their legs. They helped Sun Qiu up and quickly left the spirit pill hall of the Li family. This scene was really too terrifying. It was simply too memorable. Even when they recalled it, they felt a stinging pain in their mouth. Chapter 21. Elder Jiuyan, are you alright? Li Zongjiu looked at Li Jiuyan, whose aura was slightly weak. Obviously, Li Jiuyan had suffered a lot in the battle just now. Young lord, according to my guess, Wang Lu has already reached the realm of advanced grade 2. He even has the qualifications to become a grade 3 alchemist. He is not easy to deal with. Let's see how we can suppress this matter, Li Jiuyan said. Anyway, he had already acted tough just now. Now, he just had to think about how to make up for it. Although Li Zongjiu had brought a lot of trouble to the family, after all, he did it for the family. There was no need to blame him. He just needed to solve this matter properly. Elder, you don't need to worry about this matter. The elixir competition 3 days later will definitely become a big event in Luoxia City. I will give you a list of medicinal herbs. I want it tonight. Li Zongjiu picked up a pen and wrote down a note. The list on the note was all of the more precious medicinal herbs. North Pole Snow Lotus Root, 7-een Evil Spirit Flower, Blue Eye Toad Innards. These are both poisonous and medicinal herbs. Young lord, you, Li Jiuyan glanced at the list of medicinal herbs in his hand and suddenly widened his eyes. This Li Zongjiu's old problem had resurfaced. Did he enter the state where he could not distinguish between poisonous herbs and medicinal herbs? Li Jiuyan did not understand. On the other hand, Lin Song looked at Li Zongjiu with a strange expression. As the peak master of Long Medicine Peak, it would be a joke if he said that he did not know how to refine pills. It should be known that Lin Song was also a advanced grade 2 alchemist. He was also trying to become a grade 3 alchemist. The purplish gold General Pills pill formula was the capital to become a grade 3 alchemist. Back then, Lu Shun coveted this pill formula. However, it was impossible for Lu Shun to accomplish so many things. Naturally, Lin Song had to go back and thoroughly investigate these matters. Lin Song was surprised by this Li Zongjiu. It was because the herbs that Li Zongjiu had grabbed were very similar to the purplish gold General Mental Pill. Could it be that the herbs that Li Zongjiu had casually mentioned were all the formulas for grade 3 herbs? If that was the case, Lin Song would have to take him seriously. Now, he was just repaying his debt of gratitude. However, Li Zongjiu's mysteriousness and strength seemed to be innate. Today, even if Lin Song wasn't here, Li Zongjiu would still be able to defeat him. Sun Qiu and the others couldn't escape the same fate. It was just that this arrogant fellow simply disdained to make a move. From now on, all of you will be responsible for your duties. Those who concoct pills will concoct pills, and those who sell pills will sell pills. Uncle Gui, in these 3 days, gather all of the Li clan's forces. When the time comes, I have my own arrangement, Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu was stunned when he heard this. Although Li Zongjiu's actions were a little overstepping his authority, in these people's eyes, Li Zongjiu definitely had the ability to do so. Furthermore, he had a mysterious expert like Lin Song by his side. As long as it was for the good of the clan, these people would definitely do their best. Zongjiu, you. What are you doing? When Li Jiuyan saw Li Zongjiu giving orders like this, how could he not know what Li Zongjiu wanted to do? This was directly forcing the relationship between the two clans into a dead end. Of course, the relationship between the two clans had already reached a point of no return. Li Zongjiu had already directly cut off the tongue of one of the other party's elders. What else was there to say? I will explain this matter clearly to my father. Tonight, I will be using the alchemy building. No one is allowed to come near. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he turned and left. To deal with Wang Lu, if it was Li Zongjiu's previous life, he would have just slapped Wang Lu in the face. But now it was different. He had to have a good fight. Only in this way could Li family have a deterrent force. Li Zongjiu's actions in the alchemy hall were soon known to the whole city. After all, countless pairs of eyes were watching this place. When they heard that Li Zongjiu directly cut off Sun Qiu's tongue, everyone was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. This was a challenge to the Sun family's dignity. They were really worried that the Sun family's head, Sun Zhenglei, would directly bring people to force the Li family to abdicate. The Li family's great elder, Li Changjiang, also knew about this matter. He immediately gathered the family's law enforcement team. "Take Li Zongjiu back to me." The Li family's great elder's words had a high prestige in the Li family. Even if Li Zongjiu was the young master of the Li family, he had to obey. What's more, the law enforcement team listened to Li Changjiang's orders. The law enforcement team majestically set out, but just happened to bump into Li Zongjiu, who had just returned. Everyone in the Li family knew about Li Zongjiu's feat in the alchemy hall. They were first surprised by Li Zongjiu's performance, then they admired Li Zongjiu's courage. Now that they saw the law enforcement team surrounding Li Zongjiu, they were very sympathetic. Although it was said that he had won glory for the Li family, now that he had caused such a big trouble, of course, someone had to clean it up. Only when Li Zongjiu was punished could this matter be resolved. "The great elder has ordered the young master to follow us to the law enforcement hall." The law enforcement team leader walked out with a black face and cupped his hands towards Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu was the young master of the Li family. Before he was convicted, he was not a sinner. Therefore, as long as Li Zongjiu was willing to cooperate, he would not be willing to take action. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to the family head. "Li Changjiang asked you to arrest me? Haha, as the young master of the Li family, I order you to immediately arrest Li Changjiang and bring him to justice." Li Changjiang, colluding with the enemy and betraying the Li family, the evidence is irrefutable. Li Zongjiu roared in a low voice. His aura was imposing. The law enforcement team leader's expression changed when he heard this. He did not expect Li Zongjiu, a mere teenager, to have such an imposing aura. Moreover, he directly accused the great elder of colluding with the enemy and betraying the Li family. This was not a simple matter. If there was a mistake, even with Li Zongjiu's status as the young master, he would not be able to avoid a heavy punishment. The law enforcement team was originally here to arrest Li Zongjiu. Now, Li Zongjiu actually asked them to arrest the great elder. Was this a joke? Just as the law enforcement team leader was about to enforce the law forcefully. However, a deep voice rang out. At the same time, a threatening aura swept over. "Haha, the young master has sharp eyes. I, Li Changjiang, have worked hard all my life for the Li family for 45 years. For the Li family I have worked hard all my life. Young master, please tell me how I colluded with the enemy and betrayed the Li family." Li Changjiang strode over. The tiger flame aura on his body seemed to want to devour Li Zongjiu. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely feel extremely suffocated. Lin Song coughed and took half a step forward. He stood behind Li Zongjiu. He directly blocked the aura. A trace of astonishment flashed across Li Changjiang's eyes. Li Zongjiu also carefully looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Li Changjiang. In his previous life, because of this person. Because of this, Li Zongjiu's family was destroyed. Chapter 22. Li Changjiang frowned. The way Li Zongjiu looked at him made Li Changjiang feel uneasy. This kid, why does he hate me so much? I haven't come to settle the score with you yet, and now you're holding a grudge against me? Because of Li Sheng's matter, Li Changjiang had already put Li Zongjiu on his kill list, but now, the only thing he didn't know was how much Li Zongjiu knew. However, with Li Changjiang's identity and status, as long as he dealt with the following matters properly, Even if Li Zhongjiu had 100 mouths, no one would believe him. At the same time, Li Changjiang also glanced at the skinny old man behind Li Zhongjiu. He faintly felt a sense of familiarity. Where did Li Zhongjiu find such a person? This person's cultivation is above mine, Li Changjiang thought. Is this what you're relying on? If I say you're guilty, then you're guilty. Do you need evidence? Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. Li Changjiang was an old fox. Before doing anything, he must ensure his own safety. Therefore, finding evidence from Li Changjiang's body was more difficult than ascending to the sky. No matter where he started, he could get away with it cleanly. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't care, because this Li Changjiang wouldn't be able to jump around for long. After Wang Lu died, the next person to be dealt with was Li Changjiang. Haha, you're really worthy of being the young lord. With just a few words, you want to convict this elder? Good. Do you need evidence? Haha, you need evidence? Li Zhongjiu, based on your actions in the Spirit Pill Hall, this elder is deliberately trying to sow discord between the Sun family and the Li family, causing my Li family to fall into a passive situation. If this old man beside you takes action, then it's equivalent to bringing outsiders to attack the Li family. I'm afraid that you, Li Zhongjiu, are the real traitor. Law enforcement team, take Li Zhongjiu down and send him to the law enforcement hall for trial. Li Changjiang's aura was like a dragon. His order was like a general commanding thousands of soldiers and horses. Those who didn't know would think that Li Changjiang had become the head of the Li family. At the same time, this sentence prevented Lin Song from taking action. If Lin Song took action, then it would really be like bringing outsiders to attack their own people. Let's see who dares. Li Zhongjiu shouted. Stop. Just as the two sides were about to attack, a furious voice came from afar. Li Tianqing strode over from afar. If he didn't appear soon, there would probably be a bloodbath in the Li family. Seeing Li Tianqing's arrival, these people restrained their arrogance a little. Even the law enforcement hall couldn't rebel. In this family, the only ones who could punish and impeach the patriarch were the elders of the Hall of Elders. Of course, this was, under normal circumstances, at a time. I already know about this. Li Zhongjiu, let me ask you, will you be able to defeat Wang Lu in 3 days? Li Tianqing glanced around. Although Li Changjiang had lowered his head slightly, he didn't have much reverence or respect for Li Tianqing. After all, in terms of strength, Li Changjiang's strength was slightly above Li Tianqing's. Wang Lu will lose without a doubt. Li Zhongjiu replied in an indifferent tone. Li Zhongjiu's status as a pill venerate and alchemy sage would lose a lot of face if even someone like Wang Lu could become his opponent. Just because you say so. If I can finish this alchemy with my mouth, then I can too, Li Changjiang said disdainfully. Family head, although Li Zhongjiu's identity is the young master, this time, even if you personally appear, you can't shield him. This Li Zhongjiu not only offended the Sun family, breaking the balance between us and the Sun family, but also injured Wang Lu's disciple. Wang Lu's identity is Northern Medicine City, a member of the Northern Medicine Alliance. Northern Medicine Alliance. In the Xingyan dynasty, the status of alchemists was extremely noble and rare. Even more so, a high-level alchemist was even more precious. Therefore, an alliance was gradually formed between the alchemists. If you want to sell the pills you refine at a good price, if you want to maximize the value of your identity and obtain the most generous returns, you have to rely on the alliance. Northern Medicine Alliance. Although it wasn't a big shot, it was clear that there were no less than 4 sects that cooperated with the Northern Medicine Alliance. Each of these sects was not weaker than Wuxue Elixir sect. Wuxue Elixir sect was the biggest sect within 100 miles of Luoxia City, but in the Xingyan dynasty, it could only be regarded as a drop in the ocean. If Li Zhongjiu really angered Wang Lu, it didn't matter. With the strength of the Li family, A second-grade alchemist might not be able to set off a storm. But once the Northern Medicine Alliance was angered, even if the forces of the entire Luoxia city were combined, they would not be a match for the Northern Medicine Alliance. The Northern Medicine Alliance only needed to move a finger, and the Li family was very likely to be annihilated. Whether the young master wins or loses, he will anger the Northern Medicine Alliance. At that time, family head, you have to think clearly. How much threat can our Li family resist? Li Changjiang said in a deep voice. The implication was that if the Li family suffered a disaster, then it would all be Li Tianqing's fault. Today, he protected Li Zhongjiu. Today, only by handing over Li Zhongjiu could everything be settled. So what if it's the Northern Medicine Alliance? The Li family of Luoxia City has never been afraid of a strong enemy. If Wang Lu loses, it proves that Li Zhongjiu is stronger than Wang Lu. Is there only one Northern Medicine Alliance in this world? Even if the Northern Medicine Alliance really comes, I, Li Tianqing, will be the first to stand in front of them. Li Tianqing's voice was like a muffled roar of a lion. It seems that family head believes that the young master can defeat Wang Lu? Li Changjiang's mouth curved into a cold smile. Fine, as long as the young master can defeat Wang Lu, I have nothing to say. But if the young master loses, then I have to use the Elder's Order for the sake of the Li family's 100 years of foundation. The Elder's Order. Once the Great Elder issued the Elder's Order, there would be an Elder's meeting. In this meeting, they would judge the behavior of the current family head, which was to start an impeachment meeting. After Li Changjiang finished speaking, he was ready to turn and leave. Great Elder, please wait, Li Zhongjiu suddenly shouted. Li Changjiang turned around and looked at Li Zhongjiu. Why? Does the young master know his mistake? Haha, I didn't have time to attend Cousin Li Xing's funeral on Long Herb Peak a few days ago. Cousin Li Xing asked me to give this to you, Li Zhongjiu said and handed a jade pendant to Li Changjiang. When Li Changjiang saw the jade pendant, his pupils shrank. My condolences, Elder. Chapter 23. Li Tianqing didn't know what Li Zhongjiu had given Li Changjiang. However, when he saw Li Changjiang leave in a huff, it seemed that Li Changjiang had something to say. He seemed to be holding something in his chest. His whole person seemed to have become gloomy. Although Li Tianqing was puzzled, he didn't ask anything. He just sighed and stared at Li Zhongjiu in front of him. Kid, you're all grown up now. Do you really think you can do whatever you want with the identity of the young master? I heard that you bypassed me and directly mobilized the family's combat power, Li Tianqing said in a deep voice. Li Zhongjiu thought that Li Tianqing was here to stop him, but who knew that Li Tianqing's next sentence would surprise Li Zhongjiu. Even if you want to mobilize so many people, you should at least do it secretly. If you make such a big fuss, they will definitely know that you're going to start a war. Then, you won't be able to launch a sneak attack. Li Tianqing said. What? You agree to start a war? Li Zhongjiu looked at Li Tianqing in surprise. The Sun family is ambitious and has long wanted to annex our Li family. They didn't have any hope in the past, but now there are internal problems in our Li family, and they have an opportunity to take advantage of it. Originally, I wanted to deal with the internal problems first before dealing with the Sun family. However, your actions have pushed all my plans forward, Li Tianqing said with a heavy heart. Internal problems. Obviously, Li Tianqing had long been aware of it, but now wasn't the time. If he acted hastily, it might really ruin the plan. Everything must be prepared? Indeed, it must be prepared. However, Li Zhongjiu smiled slightly. Father, don't worry. They won't be able to jump around for long. Young master, the herbs from the Spirit Pill Hall are here. Here is the key to the alchemy building. Elder Jiu Yan asked me to send them together. Two guards came forward with a ring in their hands. It was an interspatial ring, and there was also a key. These guards were also Li Gui's subordinate. Now that Li Gui was busy recruiting people, he asked these guards to send the items over. Good, just in time. He didn't expect the spirit pill haul to be so fast. Brat, you actually managed to convince this elder Juyen to give you the entire alchemy building. Interesting. Li Tianqing was also very surprised to see this scene. As the alchemy elder, Li Juyen did not have any real power. His only responsibility was to focus on alchemy. However, the alchemy hall disciples under Li Juyen were practically the mainstay of the Li family. Hence, elder Li Juyen's influence was also extremely great. If he was unhappy, then even if the head of the Li family came, it would be useless. This alchemy complex was Li Juyen's treasure. It was basically impossible for ordinary people to borrow his alchemy complex to refine pills. Li Tianqing was surprised that Li Zongjiu was able to get the key. You come with me too, Li Zongjiu said to Lin Song. The two of them bid farewell to Li Tianqing and the others and went to the alchemy pavilion. You are the peak leader of Long Herb Peak. It shouldn't be a problem for you to assimilate these herbs, right? In the alchemy pavilion, Li Zongjiu said to Lin Song, who was beside him. I haven't done it for half a year. I'm a little rusty, but it shouldn't be a problem. Alright, refine all these herbs into medicinal liquid. Li Zongjiu did not stand on ceremony. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes to rest and adjust his aura. Lin Song also threw these herbs into the cauldron in front of him. There were layers in the cauldron where the herbs could be placed. After the herbs were refined by the fire, they would become medicinal liquid and drip down from the cracks at the bottom of the cauldron. The alchemist would then classify the herbs according to the difficulty of the refinement. Boom! Lin Song's dense yuan power was instantly injected into the cauldron. It directly heated the cauldron until it turned red. Soon, a flame jumped at the bottom of the cauldron. It boiled and rushed into the cauldron. Lin Song was shocked when he felt the change in front of him. I didn't expect that there would be a fire array hidden in the Li family. No wonder the Li family could continue refining pills for so long. Time flew by. As the sun set, the moon gradually rose. Li Zongjiu and Lin Song were still busy in the alchemy pavilion. However, in the Sun family, the head of the Sun family, Sun Zhenglei, saw elder Sun Qiu being carried back. Even his tongue was cut off and thrown on the road. This was equivalent to giving the Sun family a hard slap in the face. In his rage, Sun Zhenglei also smashed a table to pieces with a slap. Head, our men have received news that the Li family seems to be gathering people. What a Li family to be so brazen. Good, I want to see how much you can stop my Sun family. Sun Zhenglei also immediately issued an order, intending to gather all the experts of his family back. Master Wang Lu, if the Li family is not willing to hand over the items in 3 days, my Sun family will definitely massacre them. Wang Lu, who was sitting beside him, closed his eyes and did not speak. As his most outstanding disciple, Chang Feng's spirit seemed to have been dealt a huge blow by Li Zongjiu. He seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. This made Wang Lu very unhappy. Therefore, Wang Lu decided that not only would he obtain the grade 3 pill formula, but he would also exterminate the Li family. Sun Zhenglei wasn't sure what Wang Lu was doing. Suddenly, he saw Wang Lu open his eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. Brother Mu Yuan, you're finally here. As soon as he finished speaking, the candles in the room seemed to sway. Sun Zhenglei frowned and suddenly, his eyes widened. His entire body seemed to tremble slightly, and he felt a bone-chilling cold on his back. Haha, Brother Wang Lu, long time no see. It's rare for you to think of an old friend like me. Soon after, Sun Zhenglei was shocked to find that an old man in a green robe had appeared beside him. He picked up a cup of tea from the table and casually grabbed a handful of fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. I'm starving to death. Brat, tell your men to prepare some food and wine for me. The person pushed Sun Zhenglei out. At this moment, a large number of guards rushed in from outside the house, ready to take down the old man. The Sun family was heavily guarded. How could they let a person break in so easily? However, Sun Zhenglei raised his hand. Don't move. Stand down. Sun Zhenglei carefully looked at the person in front of him. So it's Senior Mu Yuan. It's an honor to meet you. Chapter 24. Mu Yuan. The person in front of him, who had one foot on the chair, looked extremely sloppy, like a beggar on the street. He was actually the famous assassin, Mu Yuan, who had enjoyed a reputation within 1,000 miles of this place. It was said that Mu Yuan only had one principle: pay him and he would do it, no matter what kind of dirty business it was. Of course, Mu Yuan's price was also very high. At the same time, Mu Yuan would only accept one person's request during this mission. For example, if you paid Mu Yuan to kill someone, but the target wanted to pay twice the price to not kill him, Mu Yuan would refuse. However, you could pay more and let Mu Yuan kill the person who hired him. If that was the case, Mu Yuan was very willing. Most of the time, Mu Yuan would first kill the target of the mission, and then return to kill the buyer of the mission. Therefore, for this eccentric assassin, many people were unwilling to deal with him. There was only one reason why he could still be so carefree after killing so many people. This Mu Yuan was an expert at the general level. Even the Sun clan would not be able to invite such a powerful person to help them. If such a person came, they would have to treat him like an ancestor. If a general-level expert was angry and prepared to start a killing spree, there would be very tragic consequences. Kid, you have some eyesight. Mu Yuan praised Sun Zhenglei. I saw that female guard outside earlier. She looks pretty good and I like her very much. Tonight, I would like to have a chat with her and have a heart-to-heart talk. The corner of Mu Yuan's mouth curled into an evil smile. When Sun Zhenglei heard this, he quickly went through this in his mind and replied with a smile. Senior Mu Yuan, don't worry. I will arrange it right away. Sun Zhenglei left. When he left, his face became extremely gloomy. Ask Sun Sanyang to come over. Sun Zhenglei said in a deep voice. Hearing the family head's words, the guard's face changed because he had also heard Mu Yuan's words. But family head, Sanyang's husband, just passed away. This Sun Sanyang wasn't a disciple of the Sun family. She was married to a disciple of the Sun family. Later on, during an operation, the disciple of the Sun family died in battle. Since they were brothers, he had to protect his sister-in-law. However, Sun Zhenglei was actually asking Sun Sanyang to do such a thing. Go. If we can't entertain this person today, my Sun family will definitely perish. But if we succeed, then even if it's only a short period of 2 days, we'll definitely be able to become the #1 clan in Sunset City. Inside the room, Mu Yuan wiped the oil off his mouth and grinned. I owed you a favor 2 years ago. Today, Grandmaster Wang Lu, do you want me to return this favor? That's right. 3 days later, I have a competition with someone. At that time, I need you to help me get something. Wang Lu said. If it was not necessary, Wang Lu would not deal with such a person. He had no other choice. Don't worry, Grandmaster Wang Lu. I'll get you whatever you want in this Sunset City. The Li family. Li Zongjiu carefully stared at the alchemy furnace in front of him. The heavenly void divine image was running in his body. At this moment, the alchemy process was taken over by Li Zongjiu. Lin Tsang could only sit aside and help to look after the fire. The one who was in control of the overall situation was Li Zongjiu. There seems to be a very strange force in this kid's body. Lin Tsang stared at Li Zongjiu in front of him. At this moment, Li Zongjiu was completely immersed in the alchemy process. His fire control technique is so skillful. Even I can't compare to him. In Li Zongjiu's hands, he was able to control each wisp of flame to an exquisite degree. Every wisp of flame was integrated into the medicinal liquid. The flames from the same hand could actually control different temperatures. Suddenly, Lin Song's eyes widened as he looked at Li Zhongjiu's body. At this moment, a white aura was being released. Boom! Suddenly, a white shadow seemed to fly out from Li Zhongjiu's body and landed on the alchemy furnace, hovering above it. This is White Dragon. White Dragon Original Spirit. When Lin Song saw this scene, he was so scared that he almost knelt down to worship. To be able to possess the power of original spirit, one was already a genius among geniuses. People like Li Zhongjiu, who were born with original spirit, were already top geniuses. Looking at Li Zhongjiu's original spirit again. It was the legendary White Dragon Original Spirit. In the legend of alchemists, White Dragon was the ancestor of divine pills. It had only been heard of but never seen. No one knew what kind of effect it had. White Dragon Original Spirit, the ancestor of alchemy. In the future, this kid's alchemy realm will definitely reach the peak. Now Lin Song somewhat understood where Li Zhongjiu's confidence came from. He even dared to make him his slave. A person who possessed a natural original spirit would definitely have an extraordinary path in the future. But I'm very curious. What kind of effect does this White Dragon Original Spirit have? Lin Song thought in his heart. Then, he carefully observed Li Zhongjiu's actions. The medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace had already begun to take shape, and Li Zhongjiu's original spirit seemed to be insufficient. Just as Lin Song was about to take action, he realized that the power of White Dragon suddenly poured into the half-formed elixir, directly activating the elixir that had yet to take shape. In such an environment, the elixir condensed very well and was extremely condensed. The elixir is done, Lin Song thought in his heart. When the power of White Dragon poured into the elixir, Li Zhongjiu felt more relaxed. Suddenly, Li Zhongjiu opened his eyes and slammed his palm on it. Buzz! The alchemy furnace shook. The lid suddenly flew away. From the alchemy furnace there was a strong aura. When the fluctuation of the elixir spread out, the flames in the entire alchemy building could not help but jump. This elixir fragrance. When Lin Song felt the fluctuation, he immediately jumped up in shock. Fortunately, the alchemy building itself had a seal. This elixir fragrance could not spread out and could only stay in the alchemy building. Grade 3. Grade 3 elixir. Lin Song's eyes were filled with shock. Li Zhongjiu stretched out his hand and released his original spirit, grabbing the 3 elixirs in his hand. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Although the refining of the elixir this time had almost exhausted Li Zhongjiu's original spirit, it was a good thing that he succeeded. You can actually refine grade 3 elixirs. Lin Song looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of him in shock. At such a young age, he was already a 3rd-grade alchemist. If he grew up in the future, he would be even more powerful. My technique is still a little rough. My cultivation is still a little lacking. Li Zhongjiu could not help but shake his head. Although he succeeded, the quality could only be considered average. It was really damaging to his reputation as an alchemist saint. However, in Lin Song's eyes, this sentence was completely said for the sake of showing off. What elixir is this? Lin Song's nose twitched. Even if it was just a light sniff of the elixir fragrance, he could feel the original spirit in his body becoming restless. Grade 3 elixir, Tiger Vitality Amplification Elixir. Chapter 25. Tiger Energy Amplification Pill. It was a primary grade 3 pill. After swallowing it, one would be able to break through the Yuan Qi like the Tiger King. This is for you. Within 2 days, you must break through to the Yuan General Realm. Li Zhongjiu threw a pill to Lin Song. Lin Song's eyes widened when he caught the pill. He felt that it was unbelievable. Such a pill could be sold for millions of gold coins anywhere. Even though he was the peak master of the Long Medicine Peak, he only had a savings of 100,000 gold yuan. In order to reach 1,000,000 gold yuan, he would at the very least need the help of the Fog Pill sect or Lin Song to use the resources of the Long Medicine Peak in order to achieve this. With this pill, I have a 90% chance of breaking through to the Yuan general realm. Lin Tsang's cultivation had already reached grade 9 Yuan master. However, he had not been able to break through because he had not accumulated enough strength. His current strength was still lacking. After all, he was old and his potential was not enough. That was why Lin Tsang had racked his brains and put in so much effort to get his hands on the purple gold heart pills formula. However, before he could start refining it, he was assassinated by Lu Shun. You should find a place to break through. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he walked towards Li Tianqing's study. After passing through a few courtyards, he arrived in front of Li Tianqing's study. It was already late at night. Li Tianqing was not asleep yet. Instead, he was reading a book. You're done refining the pill? Li Tianqing asked in surprise when he saw Li Zongjiu walk in. Li Zongjiu was refining pills? Li Tianqing didn't stop Li Zongjiu. Instead, he encouraged him. After all, Li Zongjiu could refine anything he wanted under the sky that Li Tianqing was holding up. It was just refining pills and wasting some medicinal materials. This wasn't a big deal to Li Tianqing. I'm done, Li Zongjiu said. He then naturally sat opposite Li Tianqing. Although Li Tianqing was still young, there was already a trace of white on his sideburns. He had not observed it carefully before. Although Li Tianqing was young, there was already a trace of white on his sideburns. In fact, Li Tianqing's cultivation talent was quite impressive. However, there were too many family matters that had to be dealt with. Therefore, Li Tianqing's cultivation had been delayed, causing his cultivation to stagnate. Otherwise, given Li Tianqing's talent, it would not be strange for him to reach the primary general realm. Why are you looking at me? Li Tianqing lifted his head and glanced at Li Zongjiu. He could not help but smile. This brat's return this time had also undergone a shocking transformation. Although Li Tianqing was very busy, he still paid a lot of attention to Li Zongjiu. In addition, as soon as Li Zongjiu came back, he did a few big things, which alarmed him. Father, don't worry. I will make the Li family truly prosper, Li Zongjiu said in a loud voice. At the same time, he placed a porcelain bottle on the table. Haha, you're my son. Of course. Li Tianqing laughed a few times. He then looked at the porcelain bottle and asked, Is this the elixir you refined? Yes. This elixir should be eaten while it's hot, Li Zongjiu said. He then stood up. Li Zongjiu would not say too many words. However, this rebirth had given Li Zongjiu a chance to redeem himself. Li Zongjiu left Li Tianqing's study and lifted his head to look at the bright moonlight. Today would be the beginning of a great upheaval. Tiger Vitality Amplification Elixir. Li Zongjiu returned to his room and swallowed the elixir. Li Tianqing picked up the porcelain bottle from the desk. The porcelain bottle in his hand was still warm. Obviously, the elixir in the bottle had just been refined. This kid has already learned how to refine elixir in half a year at Long Herb Peak. Li Tianqing opened the lid of the porcelain bottle. Immediately, a burst of elixir fragrance filled the air. In an instant, Li Tianqing's expression changed. Although Li Tianqing had never seen a grade 3 elixir before, he had seen many grade 2 elixir pills. Naturally, he knew what kind of effect the elixir in his hand had on this smell. Even a slight whiff of the elixir fragrance was enough to make the yuan energy in his body boil. This elixir. This kid. What did this kid do? This elixir is at least a grade 3 elixir. Li Tianqing's expression kept changing, but in the end, his face revealed a look of ecstasy. With this elixir, I will definitely reach the primary general level in 3 years. Li Tianqing's eyes shone brightly. He did not know how Li Zongjiu did it, but Li Zongjiu had done it. This was his son. His son had refined a grade 3 elixir. There was also the mysterious old man. Li Tianqing could tell from Li Zongjiu's eyes that his son had undergone an earth-shattering change. Perhaps the glory of the Li family will be just around the corner. Recalling the glory of the Li family in the past and looking at the current decline, how could a small Luoxia city bear to let the Li family hide in this place? Li Zhongjiu was in his room. First, he adjusted his body to its peak state. My heavenly void divine image seems to have a different experience after cultivating it from the beginning in this life, Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. As the surrounding yuan energy entered his body, he could feel the majestic vitality in his body. Compared to the previous situation, Li Zhongjiu's foundation was more or less established. After refining this tiger vitality accumulation elixir, my yuan energy cultivation should be able to break through to the primary master level. Primary master level. Everyone in the Shengwu continent cultivated yuan energy, but very few could condense it into a form. Those who could achieve something were even more unlikely. In the huge Li family, there were no more than 10 yuan master-level experts. The great elder of Long Herb Peak, Lu Shun, was only a grade 3 yuan master. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu was able to break through to the primary master level at such a young age. If news of his talent spread, it would definitely shock everyone within a 10,000-mile radius. The most talented person in the Li family was, of course, Li Xing. He was able to enter Long Herb Peak to cultivate and become an elite disciple. Li Xing's talent was imaginable, but he was only a grade 6 yuan master. Li Zhongjiu's current strength was already at the 7th stage of the yuan realm. If he wanted to kill Li Xing, it would be a piece of cake. If Li Zhongjiu only set his sights on people like Li Xing, he would not be able to achieve anything in his life. There were countless enemies in the Shengwu continent who were stronger than Li Xing, Lu Shun, and Li Changjiang. He had once stood at the peak of this continent. Li Zhongjiu also knew that the Li family would not only have to face enemies like the Sun family. The other 3 major families in Luoxia City were only worthy of being the Li family's stepping stones. After adjusting his aura to its peak, Li Zhongjiu stuffed the tiger vitality accumulation elixir into his mouth. Chapter 26. As the tiger birth pill entered his throat, it instantly transformed into a majestic energy that surged into his body. The energy that was released at this moment transformed into a roaring tiger that continuously surged into Li Zhongjiu's body, smashing apart all the blockages in his meridians. The Heaven Void God image record circulated within his body. After releasing the energy from every meridian point in his body, Li Zhongjiu began to collect the yuan power. The yuan power continuously surged into his dantian. Before breaking through to the origin master realm, the yuan power stored in the dantian was in a disorganized state. The most obvious sign of breaking through to the origin master realm was to condense the yuan power into an origin bead. Once the origin bead was successfully condensed, it would be considered as successfully advancing to the origin master realm. Within Li Zhongjiu's body, yuan power surged like a tidal wave, continuously gushing towards his dantian. If it was a newbie who had just made a breakthrough, he would definitely be scared witless by such an enormous amount of yuan power. He would even need an expert to guide him in order to succeed. However, for Li Zhongjiu, this amount of yuan power was nothing. Very familiarly, he compressed all the yuan power into his body and gradually condensed it into a crystal-clear origin bead. However, this newly formed origin bead seemed to be somewhat unstable. It seemed as if it would become loose at any moment. Why is my origin bead like this? Li Zhongjiu felt the changes in his origin bead. How could this be? I, the great evil lord, actually become like this? Very quickly, a mysterious energy suddenly emerged from Li Zhongjiu's body and continuously surged into his dantian. Li Zhongjiu's aura instantly became chaotic. Boom. Shit. This sudden surge of energy instantly broke the balance in Li Zhongjiu's body. Roar! Dragon soul. The first thing that emerged was a blood-colored dragon soul. If you want this dragon soul to be your innate origin spirit, You must merge it into your origin bead. Li Zongjio, who was well versed in this field, had a sharp look in his eyes. I was able to kill all of you in my previous life, and I can do the same in this life. Li Zongjio's body trembled violently, while the yuan power in his body roared like a torrential flood. In the blink of an eye, it carried an earth-shattering aura as it surged towards the dragon soul power. Rumble! The surging and boiling power directly shattered the blood dragon soul. At this moment, the origin bead displayed its devouring power and absorbed the fragmented blood dragon soul. Then, the white dragon soul appeared. The golden dragon soul appeared. All of them were crushed by Li Zongjio and absorbed into the origin bead. 3 innate original spirits. Even for Li Zongjio, it was his first time encountering such a situation. When the golden dragon soul was absorbed by Li Zongjio's elemental pearl, a will suddenly poured into Li Zongjio's mind. This is the Golden Dragon Clan's body-tempering origin formula. Ancient golden tyrannical body art. After refining the golden dragon soul, he obtained a body-tempering origin formula that came with the golden dragon soul. This was definitely a pleasant surprise for Li Zongjio. Now that I have merged with 3 dragon souls, if I want to break through in the future, the amount of yuan power I need will be 3 or even 4 times that of other cultivators. Li Zongjio thought to himself. Although this wasn't a small trouble, the benefits were even greater. Just this ancient golden body scripture was already a great harvest. No wonder the strength of the golden dragon race was so strong. How could they not be strong after practicing such an overbearing elemental scripture? There were 3 dragon runes in the origin bead. Li Zongjio carefully observed the origin bead, but found that the 3 dragon runes did not occupy the entire origin bead. There seemed to be a gap that the other dragon souls did not dare to approach. The size of the origin bead was related to the speed of its growth in the future. There was such a large space, but these dragon runes were unwilling to move over. This made Li Zongjio puzzled. However, it was his first time encountering this innate original spirit, so Li Zongjio did not bother about it. The weather was getting colder and colder. Li Zongjio reviewed the contents of the ancient golden tyrannical body art. In summary, there was only one way. It was thoroughly tempered. This origin formula is amazing. When fighting, it can actually absorb damage. Li Zongjio was also surprised. He recalled that in his previous life, when he killed the Golden Dragon Clan's sovereign, he had indeed exhausted a lot of energy. This was because the Golden Dragon Clan's sovereign was simply too durable. A first-grade origin master. Such a weak force, I'm really not used to it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this period of time, Luoxia City could be said to be incomparably lively. Everyone had heard that this extremely unequal contest was about to take place. The idiotic young master of the Li family actually wanted to challenge an alchemist from the northern medicine city in the alchemy square of Luoxia City. And the most bizarre thing was that the wager of this challenge was the legendary pill formula of a 3rd-grade medicinal pill. This kind of priceless thing could only be taken out by the Li family. The Li family seemed to have tacitly agreed to this wager, and did not issue any statement to deny it. Moreover, those who had a little eyesight also felt that there seemed to be an unusual wind blowing in Luoxia City. Most of the Li family's businesses seemed to have entered a state of reorganization at this time, and the defensive forces below were also gradually gathering. This was obviously the intention of a fight. The people of the Sun family had arrived early. In the important seat of the Sun family, there was a sloppy person, which was surprising. Sitting next to him was the generation's Master Wang Lu. The other 2 clans, the Bai family and Gu family, had sent important figures to watch the show as well. Today seemed to be a reshuffling of the cards, so the other 2 clans were paying extremely close attention. On the seat of the Bai family was a white-clothed young woman with a cold appearance, and her gaze revealed a slightly dangerous aura. The #1 auction house of the Bai family trading company in Luoxia City, was managed by this young woman. Bai Luoxia. She was young and promising, and her bearing was even fascinating. Under Bai Luoxia's management, the Bai family's auction house's performance rose with each passing day, and it was managed in an orderly manner. This is slightly interesting. Didn't that kid Li Zhongjiu not even know the difference between poison and medicinal herbs? He actually has such courage? Could it be that the Li family has taken the wrong medicine? Bai Luoxia raised her snow-white chin while her eyes revealed a slightly arrogant expression. In this city, only the genius young woman in alchemy from the Li family, Li Yun, could compare with her. However, in Bai Luoxia's eyes, this Li Yun was simply not worth being afraid of. Li Zhongjiu coming out to create some news, and it was such a big piece of news, which made Bai Luoxia extremely curious, so she also came here early in the morning. After all, Li Zhongjiu did not matter, but if the medicinal pills refined by Master Wang Lu were to be auctioned by the Bai family in the end, it would definitely be a very good gimmick. Of course, she was very willing to do such a thing. Why haven't the people of the Li family arrived yet? Could it be that they are afraid? Chapter 27. It wasn't just the outsiders who were guessing why the Li family hadn't arrived yet. Even the Li family members were urging them to come. Li Yun slammed Li Zhongjiu's door until it broke, but she didn't hear any sound from inside. Could it be that this brat slipped away in the middle of the night? The more Li Yun thought about it, the more likely it was. She immediately prepared to break the door open. Li Zhongjiu opened the door and looked at Li Yun, who was about to kick him, and yawned. "Cousin, you are the ambassador of our Li family. How could you do such a thing?" Li Zhongjiu joked. "You still dare to say that? Our Li family members don't dare to go out now. My father is already waiting for you. Everyone in the Alchemy Plaza is waiting for you. Are you afraid?" A few days ago, Li Zhongjiu saved a batch of pills and helped them refine a mid-grade second-grade pill. Judging from this, Li Zhongjiu definitely had some skills. But when it came to this brat actually dropped the ball. Why did Li Zhongjiu look like he just woke up? Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Wait, I'll wash up and have breakfast before leaving. As Li Zhongjiu spoke, he began to wash his face leisurely. He then asked for a bowl of pickled vegetable porridge from the kitchen and slowly drank it. "It's so hot." As he ate, he couldn't help but blow at it. No matter what he did, Li Zhongjiu's movements seemed to be twice as slow as usual. Moreover, his unhurried expression made anyone who saw him want to beat him up. Li Jiuyan and the others were already waiting in the main hall. Li Gui gathered hundreds of guards. Li Tianqing didn't appear, and the only elder accompanying him was Li Jiuyan. It seemed that most of the elders pretended not to know about this. No one came to support Li Zhongjiu. If these elders didn't do anything, these guards wouldn't be of much use. He had been waiting since early in the morning until noon. Only then did Li Zhongjiu slowly appear in the main hall. "Everyone is here. Anyway, it's still early. Let's have lunch before we go. Come. Distribute the bowls and eat something before we come." Li Yun originally thought that Li Zhongjiu was ready to leave. But when she saw Li Zhongjiu's actions and saw the family servants behind him start distributing the bowls and chopsticks to the various guards. "Young master, what are you doing?" When Li Jiuyan saw Li Zhongjiu, he seemed to be trying to stall for time. How long could this delay last? "It's fine. Eat first. You'll only have strength when you're full." Li Zhongjiu casually stuffed a bowl into Li Jiuyan's hand. Looking at the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, he felt that Li Zhongjiu's words made sense. On the other side of the Li family, Li Changjiang also sent people to investigate Li Zhongjiu's situation. He also gathered the law enforcement team, ready to take action at any time to arrest Li Zhongjiu and wait for Li Zhongjiu to lose. "What? Eating? Eating lunch?" Li Changjiang almost jumped up when he heard this. "Didn't you make an appointment with someone? You're still leisurely eating your lunch here." Li Zongjio was also like this. He made everyone in the square wait for half a day. After lunch, he said that he wanted to practice a set of Tai Chi to digest his energy. When it was close to 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when it was the easiest time to feel sleepy, Li Zongjio led the rest of the Li family disciples and set off majestically. Many of the Li family's alchemy hall disciples also followed in this group. After all, Li Jiyan was also personally involved. Moreover, this was a competition that involved alchemy and alchemy. It needed to be taken seriously. Li Baichao looked at Li Zongjio's figure in the crowd. When he lost to Chang Feng, it was Li Zongjio's appearance that turned the situation around. Now Li Zongjio actually directly led people to challenge Chang Feng's master, a real grade 2 alchemist. Let's not talk about the final outcome. Just this kind of courage alone was enough to make ordinary people admire him. Patriarch, the Li family's people are here. An elder of the Sun family came to pass the message. When he heard that Li Zongjio was finally here, Sun Zhenglei, who was originally sleepy, opened his eyes wide. Finally, these bastards are here. Today, this Li family must become the history of Luoxia City. Li Zongjio. If I don't kill you, I, Chang Feng, am not a man. There was another person sitting beside Wang Lu. This was Chang Feng, who was thrown out twice by Li Zongjio. He was a dignified alchemy genius and an alchemist master. Wherever he went, he would be respected and sought after. However, in front of Li Zongjio, he was repeatedly humiliated. If it wasn't for Chang Feng's firm will, he would not have been able to endure such humiliation. It was not impossible for him to directly hang himself. At this moment, being able to sit here neatly dressed was already a great challenge. Brother Chang Feng, you can rest assured. When we take down the Li family, we will definitely use a knife to peel off Li Zongjio's skin bit by bit, Sun Bin said. As the young master of the Sun family, Sun Bin was qualified to talk to Chang Feng. Moreover, now that they had a common enemy like Li Zongjio, they became brothers in distress. Good. That Li Zongjio will definitely die. Chang Feng's eyes were burning with anger. Mu Yuan was already dozing off on the stool. He was able to come to such a place because of Wang Lu. Otherwise, Mu Yuan would not even be interested in such a small city. As a general-level expert, no matter which city or sect he went to, he would be extremely popular. There was no need for any publicity at all. People did not care about your reputation at all. It's just a matter of living for a few more hours. Bai Luoxue seemed to have foreseen Li Zongjio's fate. Moreover, she was extremely unhappy that Li Zongjio had stood them up for so long. Immediately, she included Li Zongjio in the camp of the losers. Hee, everyone has waited for a long time. A loud laughter sounded. Then, Li Zongjio's figure appeared on the alchemy platform. He was wearing a white robe and a pair of azure cloud boot. The corner of his mouth carried a trace of a bewitching evil smile. Wherever his gaze passed, it seemed to give people a piercing pain, as if the tip of a knife was slicing through their eyelids. Since everyone is here, please bear witness to my bet with that baldy Wang Lu. Today, I will compete with that baldy Wang Lu in alchemy. If I lose, my Li family will offer a scroll of third-grade pill recipes. My Li family's elder Li Jiyan will be the guarantor. If that baldy Wang Lu loses, he will strip naked and run around our Luoxia city's Changle Street naked. Baldy Wang Lu? Wang Lu was not young. His hair was slightly sparse, but it was not to the extent of being called a baldy. Chapter 28. Li Zongjio was obviously provoking him by calling him a baldy. He was trying to infuriate him. After hearing Li Zongjio's words, Wang Lu also stood up unhurriedly, as if Li Zongjio was just a madman who was talking nonsense. He did not put him in his eyes at all. Today, as long as he, Wang Lu, defeated Li Zongjio. If the Li family could not hand over the things, then don't blame Wang Lu for being impolite. At that time, Wang Lu would like to see if Li Zongjio's mouth would still be so tough. Tell me, how do you want to compete? Wang Lu said very generously, as if he did not care about what Li Zongjiu had said before. He just wanted the competition to start quickly. After that, he would slowly deal with Li Zongjiu. The competition method is simple. You and I will share a medicinal cauldron. Whoever can refine pills faster and with higher quality will win, Li Zongjiu said. When such a competition method was announced, everyone's eyes widened. Was Li Zongjiu here to seek his own death? What made Li Zongjiu take things so hard that he would use such an extreme method to force himself to death and bring disaster to the entire Li family? When Bai Luoxue heard Li Zongjiu's words, she was stunned at first. Then, she shook her head in disdain. She thought that this useless young master of the Li family had some fortuitous encounter, or that there was some expert guiding him from behind. That was why he did such a thing. However, since Li Zongjiu proposed such a suicidal action, no one could help him. Refining pills in this medicinal cauldron. This was a survival of the strong. Whoever had the best alchemy skills would be able to stand out in this medicinal cauldron and become the final winner. This competition was a real competition of skills and methods, and it was also the most direct competition. What both sides had learned would be displayed in this medicinal cauldron. Even the level of flames between them would become a very direct battle. Haha, little kid, I can give you a chance to back out. Think carefully before you decide whether you want to use this method to compete with me. Wang Lu chuckled. At this time, he also showed the appearance of a senior expert. He was clearly mocking Li Zongjiu. My God, is this kid a traitor sent by the Sun family? When Li Jiuyan and the others arrived and heard Li Zongjiu's method of competition, they almost collapsed on the ground. They might as well just let it go. Dad, don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Maybe he has a way. Li Yun quickly went forward and comforted him. Li Zongjiu had just recovered from a serious illness, and he actually encountered such a situation. The competition could only go on because of Li Jiuyan's guarantee. Now that Li Zongjiu was defeated, Li Jiuyan would probably have to step down. After all, in the Li family there were many people who had the ability to refine pills. However, Li Zongjiu had already said it, and there was no reason to take it back. Sigh, your dad's reputation will probably be ruined here. Li Jiuyan could not help but sigh. He was sitting in this position. If Li Zongjiu was really defeated, he might as well directly kill himself on the steps next to him. That way, he would have an explanation. Li Baichao and the other disciples were sitting in the stands, looking at Li Zongjiu and the others below. They were nervous. Could Li Zongjiu win? I'm afraid that the idiotic young master of the Li family has already defected. I bet that it won't be long before the Li family sends someone to take the idiotic young master away and admit that this was a mistake. A man beside Bai Luoxue said indifferently. It was as if he was deliberately trying to show off his intelligence in front of Bai Luoxue. Bai Luoxue did not seem to like this man. Before things are clear, anything can happen, Bai Luoxue said slowly. The smile on the man's face froze. A mere piece of trash wants to compete with Wang Lu. He's overestimating himself. If he can win, I, Bai Jiu, can also become a Yuan general expert in the future, the man said disdainfully. Although Bai Luoxue was an extremely promising disciple of the Bai family, she was still a woman after all. It was not a problem for her to be independent. However, if she wanted to control the overall situation, she still needed a man. This was a tradition that had not changed for many years. Therefore, the next generation might be selected from Bai Jiu and the others. Bai Luoxue could not help but look at Bai Jiu. This person's ambition was so low. He was just a Yuan general, and he thought that he had reached his limit. If the Bai family was handed over to someone like Bai Jiu in the future, they probably would not be able to go far. In comparison, although Li Zongjiu was a little retarded, at least he had a certain level of ambition. He knew to look up at the sky and not at his feet. Short-sighted people were destined to not be able to go far in this lifetime. Although he is a little retarded at such a young age, Li Zongjiu did not react in the slightest in the face of the ridicule and disdain of so many people. He seems to ignore the existence of these people. Based on this point alone, if he is nurtured properly, he might become a useful knife in the future. Such a person only needs to be given some symbolic help when he is greatly affected. By Luoxue was already thinking about how to subdue Li Zongjiu. If the Li family suffered a great calamity, Li Zongjiu would definitely be abandoned. However, it was still too early to discuss this matter. It was better to see if there were any variables in this match. Although on the surface, everyone knew that Li Zongjiu would definitely lose. However, Bai Luoxue still felt that there was a trace of unusualness in this. If I still need to consider compared to you, then I, Li Zongjiu, am too useless. Li Zongjiu shook his head, as if he did not want to argue with Wang Lu at all. Lest you say that we tampered with it, we will use your medicinal cauldron to refine pills. As for the medicinal ingredients, we will provide it ourselves. Even the medicinal cauldron was used by Wang Lu. Was Li Zongjiu really confident, or was he just going to smash a broken pot? Therefore, he might as well act pretentious until the end. Li Zongjiu. Is there something wrong with Li Zongjiu's brain? My God, a medicinal cauldron is like a sword in the hands of a swordsman to an alchemist. This Li Zongjiu actually wants to use Master Wang Lu's medicinal cauldron. It seems like he really doesn't want to live anymore. He has no intention of winning this match at all. Chapter 29. In the eyes of most people, Li Zongjiu's attitude was already a broken jar. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well let Li Zongjiu have the upper hand. At that time, Li Zongjiu might act shamelessly. They had to be on guard against this. However, how could Wang Lu and the others let Li Zongjiu do as he wished? The people from the Sun family were also eyeing Li Zongjiu covetously. Each and every one of them wanted to tear Li Zongjiu to pieces. Behind Sun Zhenglei was a person wearing a black robe and a hat. He lowered his head, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. This person was Sun Qiu of the Sun family, whose tongue had been cut off by Li Zongjiu. After all, he was a Yuan master powerhouse. Although his grade wasn't high, he was still a genuine Yuan master. Therefore, this injury was quickly stabilized. However, there was no way to recover his tongue. In other words, Sun Qiu wouldn't be able to speak for the rest of his life. He would become a living mute. Sun Qiu hid behind Sun Qiu and stared at Li Zongjiu. Even his body was trembling violently. It was all because of this abominable brat in front of him. Once this competition ended, he would definitely rush forward and behead Li Zongjiu. No, he couldn't let this guy die so easily. He had to pull out his tongue inch by inch before cutting it off. He also had to dig out his eyes and pierce his ears. The resentment accumulated in Sun Qiu's heart was unimaginable to ordinary people. He was originally a glorious elder of the Sun family. However, he had suddenly fallen to the bottom and ended up like this. It was really shocking and unbelievable. Even Sun Qiu himself couldn't believe that his tongue had been cut off by a teenager. No matter what, Li Zongjiu wouldn't live for long. Since you have already decided, this old man will send you on your way. This is the golden origin cauldron that I have used for 30 years. Whether it is the casting material or the craftsmanship, it is a masterpiece. The cauldron weighs 572. Stop. Who wants to listen to your nonsense? Your cauldron is not worthy of being reported to me. Let's begin. Li Zongjiu raised his hand and said, medicinal cauldrons were also very important when alchemists fought. Under normal circumstances, alchemists would introduce their own medicinal cauldrons to each other, just like how swordsmen would introduce their swords before fighting. This was a sign of respect. However, Li Zongjiu directly interrupted him, letting Wang Lu know one thing. This Li Zongjiu did not know the rules at all. It could even be said that he did not know how to refine pills. The only thing this brat could rely on was the old man who made a move that day, a peak master realm cultivator. The Li clan must have lost their minds. Did they really think that they could go against Wang Lu just because they had such a peak stage Yuan master? Wang Lu couldn't help but sneer in his heart. These young people were frivolous and arrogant. It was a pity that Li Zongjiu's dream of becoming a powerhouse would be extinguished by Wang Lu here. Since Li Zongjiu said so, Wang Lu didn't hesitate. Wang Lu didn't stand on ceremony and glanced at Sun Zhenglei behind him. Sun Zhenglei also slowly stood up. This competition will be hosted by me, Sun Zhenglei. All the spectators will be the judges. What do you think? Sun Zhenglei's voice was like a large bell. Although his words were gentle, everyone present heard Sun Zhenglei's words. No one had any objections. After all, there were so many pairs of eyes watching here. Sun Zhenglei immediately jumped and landed on the stage with a crash. This move seemed to be for the convenience of hosting, and also to ensure the fairness of this competition. However, in reality, Li Zongjiu indifferently glanced at Sun Zhenglei, who landed on the stage. This old dog must want to take him down and control him at the first moment. That was why he was so attentive. However, Li Zongjiu didn't care. With Sun Zhenglei's ability, Li Zongjiu wouldn't be threatened by him. However, Li Guai and the others in the spectator stands became nervous. Although Sun Zhenglei definitely wouldn't dare to openly harm the young master in public, it was still dangerous to be so close to the enemy. Li Guai also stealthily ordered 2 groups of people to approach the martial arts stage. Listen to my command. Place the cauldron on the ground. After 3 seconds, no one is allowed to approach the stage. After he finished speaking, Sun Zhenglei also released a tyrannical aura. Anyone who disrupts the order of this competition will be an enemy of my Sun family. The tyrannical aura formed a deterrent force. Bai Luoxue's eyes revealed a trace of brilliance. Sun Zhenglei's strength was even more tyrannical than before. He had once again improved a little. I'm afraid this brat is done for, Bai Luoxue thought to herself as she looked at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was still acting as if he didn't know the difference between life and death. It was as if he still believed that victory was within his grasp. He was completely unaware that his life and death was already in the hands of others. Such a person would not even know how he died in the end. Clang! The golden cauldron landed on the ground, causing the entire stage to tremble. After 3 breaths, Wang Lu also placed dozens of medicinal ingredients in front of him. Before he started refining, he had already thought about what kind of pill he would refine. Now that he started refining, he naturally had to keep up with his efficiency. Although Li Zongjiu wasn't worth mentioning, Wang Lu wanted to win decisively and without any gossip. At the same time, in front of so many people, he wanted to thoroughly display his ability as a grade 2 high-grade alchemist. The feeling of being the center of attention was very good. Boom! A huge amount of yuan power directly flowed into the cauldron. At the mouth of the cauldron, there were 3 tiger heads arranged in a row. When yuan power flowed into the cauldron, the tiger head sculpture immediately spewed out a strong flame. It continuously heated up the cauldron. At the same time, Wang Lu also threw the medicinal ingredients in his hand into the cauldron according to the order. The entire cauldron was already filled with Wang Lu's flames. Li Zongjiu was already lagging behind. If he wanted to make a move, it wouldn't be so easy. After all, Li Zongjiu's yuan power was weak, and it would be difficult for him to break through. If the flame could not be controlled by oneself, then the herbs thrown in would be refined by the other party in vain. This time, it's over. There's no chance at all. The surface of the golden cauldron is filled with metal elemental energy. Even if young master wants to get close, he will be repelled. How can there be such a stupid method? Li Jiuyan slapped his thigh. Maybe Li Zongjiu was really capable, but he didn't know many of the rules. He must be thinking about how to show off. Now, he couldn't even get close to the cauldron. What else could he do? Li Jiuyan, who had just woken up, was probably going to faint again with a creak. Chapter 30. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Zongjiu finally moved. They saw Li Zongjiu sitting cross-legged on the other side of the golden yuan cauldron. He seemed to be doing some preparatory work, constantly stretching his body. But until now, Li Zongjiu had not taken out his herbs. Could it be that he did not prepare the herbs beforehand? When Wang Lu saw Li Zongjiu's unhurried movements, he disdainfully smiled in his heart. I want to see how long you can pretend, Wang Lu thought in his heart. He had refined more than half of the herbs in his hand. In a few more days, the second-grade middle-level pill would be born. With his identity as a second-grade high-level alchemist, it was already very good to be able to maintain such a success rate. How many alchemists could achieve such a level? After all, Wang Lu wanted to become a third-grade alchemist master. As long as he could enter the third grade, he could be called a master. At that time, the seemingly unruly but actually arrogant Mu Yuan would not treat Wang Lu with such an attitude. Instead, he would be very respectful. But now, Mu Yuan was actually not too afraid of Wang Lu. If it were not because Wang Lu had the potential to become a third-grade alchemist master, even if Mu Yuan owed Wang Lu 100 favors, he would not have come back to pay attention to Wang Lu. Of course, there was a very important factor. That was, in the entire Luoxia city, there was no one who could match up to Mu Yuan. This must be an easy task, so he agreed to come. Oh, not bad, old Baldy. You can actually refine the ice and fire restoration pill in such a short time? Li Zongjiu suddenly said. His voice was so low that only Wang Lu could hear it. What? Wang Lu could not help but look up at Li Zongjiu. His eyes revealed a look of shock. Wang Lu did not believe that Li Zongjiu could actually see what kind of pill he was refining. How did this kid do it? Wang Lu didn't give any explanation before this, and the herbs he took out were also very scattered. Although it was possible to see what the main ingredients were, it was still very difficult to guess what kind of pill was being refined. Not to mention that the pill was only half refined, and nothing had yet to come out. How could Li Zongjiu know about it? Very surprised, right? Next, you will be even more surprised. Li Zongjiu smiled slightly. Suddenly, his hands slapped on the golden yuan cauldron. In an instant, the yuan qi in the golden yuan cauldron boiled, and even the flames spouted by the 3 tiger heads seemed to spread towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu freed his hand and took out a wine gourd from his bosom. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he suddenly spat out the strong wine in his mouth with a bang. The flames that rushed towards the cauldron of. Not good. He retreated back to the cauldron fire immediately. He retreated immediately. However, he could not leave the cauldron. Otherwise, he would lose control of the golden yuan cauldron. Boom! The flames were extinguished. Sun Zhenglei stood behind Li Zongjiu without batting an eyelid. The act of extinguishing the flames earlier was clearly Sun Zhenglei's doing. Even though he had openly cheated in front of such a large crowd, no one dared to speak out against him. After all, it was not a big deal. There was no need to offend Sun Zhenglei over such a small matter. If he was remembered by the Sun family, he would definitely not have a good ending. It's useless to play these tricks. If you really want to show your value, then show me your ability. Wang Lu could not help but sneer. The move just now almost made Wang Lu break out in a cold sweat. However, Wang Lu didn't receive a response from Li Zongjiu. Suddenly, Wang Lu seemed to realize something. When he lowered his head to take a look, he was shocked to discover that the pill that should have been wrapped in his yuan force fire had actually disappeared. Where is my pill? Wang Lu was suddenly horrified. As an alchemist, he had actually lost it when he was concocting pills. Ice and fire restoration pill. It's simply a waste of medicinal herbs for you to refine this pill. Li Zongjiu snorted coldly. Wang Lu realized that his golden yuan cauldron was already filled with Li Zongjiu's yuan qi. Li Zhongjiu had injected his yuan qi into the cauldron and took away the incomplete ice and fire restoration pill when Wang Lu was not paying attention. At the same time, the yuan qi flames that were spat out by the 3 tiger heads had been replaced with Li Zhongjiu's yuan qi flames. Boom! Li Zhongjiu added more medicinal herbs into the cauldron. Most of the process had already been completed by Wang Lu. However, what Li Zhongjiu was doing now was to sublimate the pill. "How dare you act rashly in front of me? When I was playing with fire, who knows where you were? How could Wang Lu tolerate such a situation?" Fortunately, the medicinal pill was inside the medicinal cauldron. Outsiders didn't know what was going on inside the medicinal cauldron. If they knew, then Wang Lu's face would be completely lost. Moreover, Wang Lu needed to salvage the situation as soon as possible. It turned out that Li Zhongjiu had never thought of refining the pill together. Instead, he had planned to wait until Wang Lu was almost done refining the pill before snatching it. It was too despicable. Wang Lu released the yuan qi in his body. After many years of cultivation, coupled with the help of the pill, Wang Lu had become a grade 5 yuan master. Although he might not be as good as an ordinary yuan master in terms of fighting, yuan qi was his yuan qi. However, the essence force was genuine. Wanting to bully Li Zhongjiu was not necessarily a difficult thing to do. However, as soon as Wang Lu released his yuan qi, it was immediately refined by the flames spewed out by the tiger head statue. No matter how much yuan qi he released, it was still the same. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. "Since you stole my pill, I won't let you refine it even if I have to destroy it." All of a sudden, Wang Lu went berserk and slammed his palm into the cauldron. Suddenly, the inside of the golden cauldron erupted like a volcano. Boom! A cloud of thick smoke rose to the sky. Everyone was taken aback. Sun Zhenglei even thought that he might as well get rid of Li Zhongjiu in the thick smoke. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was unnecessary. A mere Li Zhongjiu was not worthy of a sneak attack by Sun Zhenglei. The cauldron exploded? 2 people using the same cauldron, it will definitely explode. No, look in front of Li Zhongjiu, there is a flame. Chapter 31. Those with better eyesight immediately noticed the ball of flame in front of Li Zhongjiu's chest. That flame burned fiercely. It illuminated Li Zhongjiu's tender face. "What? That's a towering fire control pill. Without 40 to 50 years of fire control, it's absolutely impossible to achieve such a profound technique." Wang Lu looked at Li Zhongjiu in shock. Li Yun and the rest were also shocked by Li Zhongjiu's method. "What's a towering fire control pill?" Li Yun and the rest looked at Li Juyan curiously. As the alchemy elder of the Li family, he was naturally the most authoritative in this field. Questions that they did not understand were naturally thrown to Li Juyan to answer. Towering fire control pill is an extremely profound fire control technique. Usually, when the cauldron explodes, the pill can still be preserved. The instant the cauldron explodes, one uses one's own yuan power to activate the flame and envelopes the pill within it, allowing the pill to remain in the cauldron's environment. This way, the pill's effect will not be affected. Even the slightest deviation is enough to cause the pill to shatter into pieces. Li Juyan took a deep breath. It sounded simple, but the temperature within the cauldron had to be controlled. Moreover, once the cauldron exploded, it would definitely create some turbulent airflow. While controlling the flame, one had to find the pill. It was like adding a bowl of water into a pot of boiling oil. Then, in an extremely short period of time, one had to fish a bean from the oil pot into another pot of the same temperature. When Li Baichao and the other disciples heard this, their faces were filled with shock. Li Zhongjiu was also a disciple of the alchemy hall back then. At that time, although Li Zhongjiu was young, but his performance in alchemy was a mess. As the eldest disciple, Li Zhongjiu was very unhappy with Li Zhongjiu. As the young lord of the family, but with such poor talent, How could he become the future leader of the family? But now Li Zhongjiu's thin and frail figure was sitting cross-legged on the dueling platform, supporting such a grand scene. Bai Luoxue was also shocked to see the ball of flame in front of Li Zhongjiu's chest. High fire pill control, that's a method that only a third-grade alchemist can use. Bai Luoxue was shocked in her heart, and she seemed to have smelled something unusual. Tisk, it's just using origin energy to catalyze the flame and preserve the medicinal pill. What's so great about it? Deliberately mystifying things and playing to the gallery. Bai Tianzhu said in disdain. His eyes were full of disdain. What could a mere Li Zhongjiu do? He was just a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Bai Luoxue ignored Bai Tianzhu. If he couldn't even see through such a method, such a piece of trash would not be able to see through it at all. It was meaningless to argue with such a person. Sun Jinglei's gaze instantly turned sharp, as the ball of shocking lightning yuan power stealthily surged within his palm. But this hand was hidden under his sleeve, and most of the people's eyes were focused on Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu had already sensed Sun Jinglei's actions behind him. The ice and fire restoration pill in his hand had already taken shape. Not good, his pill is about to take shape. Even Wang Lu himself had never thought that even though the medicinal pill he had refined was a gift to Li Zhongjiu, it was definitely not a simple matter to refine the medicinal pill and complete the final fusion of the medicinal liquid. What's more, the high fire pill control that Li Zhongjiu had displayed was already quite amazing. This meant that Li Zhongjiu's strength far surpassed Wang Lu's. Although he did not dare to believe it, it was an indisputable fact. Ha! Seeing this, Sun Zhenglei immediately released a ball of lightning yuan energy from his palm, which instantly landed on the floor. Using an extremely hidden method, it spread towards Li Zhongjiu. Naturally, he could see that Li Zhongjiu's pill was about to be refined. If Li Zhongjiu succeeded, his Sun family and Wang Lu would naturally not be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. If he cut off all ties with Wang Lu, then the trouble would only be greater. Therefore, their Sun family's honor and disgrace were tied together with Wang Lu. Today, Li Zhongjiu had to lose even if he didn't want to. Sun Jingli has made his move. An old man beside Bai Luoxue said in a deep voice. As one of the Bai family's key disciples, after creating value for the family, there would naturally be experts following him. Although it was currently a peaceful era. However, vengeance between them would still happen from time to time. This old man was Bai Luoxue's guardian. White City. In the Bai family, he was considered the number 3 expert. Damn it! Bai Luoxue cursed inwardly. This Sun Zhenglei was actually so despicable to sneak attack a youth. At this moment, the situation was still unclear. If Bai Luoxue acted rashly, she might not be able to guarantee that she would win. However, if she continued to wait, she might miss the opportunity. Victory or defeat, success or failure, would be decided with a single thought. Grandpa Qing, save his life. The Li family did not have any experts present. Those who came were only small fries. In front of an expert, these people were not even worth mentioning. They could be easily defeated. If Li Zhongjiu did not have any experts by his side to help him, then he might die miserably. Bai Luoxue wanted to take a gamble. After seeing Li Zhongjiu use such a method and might really defeat Wang Lu, with such potential, she naturally knew that he was not an ordinary person. Bai Luoxue, are you crazy? What did you say? Bai Luoxue, who was at the side, heard Bai Luoxue's words and could not help but ask. Before Bai Cheng could make a move, he heard a series of crackling sounds coming from the front. Li Zhongjiu's figure leaped up and stomped on the ground. His domineering strength directly shattered the thunderclap yuan energy released by Sun Zhenglei. In the next moment, Li Zhongjiu lifted the golden cauldron in front of him with one hand. He suddenly dashed towards Wang Lu. What are you doing? Clang! Li Zhongjiu flipped the golden cauldron in his hand and covered Wang Lu with it. The golden cauldron weighed at least 250 kilograms, but Li Zongjiu lifted it with one hand. His performance shocked the crowd. What was even more surprising was that Li Zongjiu actually dared to attack alchemist Wang Lu. Li Zongjiu, you're courting death. Sun Zhenglei saw Li Zongjiu's action and immediately snorted coldly. This Li Zongjiu was actually so bold. At the same time, Li Zongjiu broke his move just now. In Sun Zhenglei's view, this already posed a certain threat, even if it was not enough to threaten him. However, in the future, he would definitely become a threat to the Sun family. This potential threat had to be removed. Chapter 32. At this moment, Sun Zhenglei had already decided to silence the witness. After destroying Li Zongjiu, he would destroy the Li family. Sun Zhenglei, you think you can sneak attack your grandfather? Li Zongjiu said disdainfully. If you want to fight, my Li family is not afraid of you. However, you've lost this competition. As soon as he finished speaking, a pill lay quietly in Li Zongjiu's hand. Ice and Fire Restoration Pill, High Grade 2. There was a hint of pride in his tone. The Ice and Fire Yuan Recovery Pill was originally a Grade 2 middle grade elixir. However, under such circumstances, Li Zongjiu had refined it to Grade 2 high grade elixir. You're courting death. Sun Zhenglei did not have the time to care about alchemy. He had to quickly release Wang Lu. Grandpa Qing, if you don't act now, it will be too late. Bai Luoxue said indifferently. At this moment, Bai Qing seemed to have realized something and instantly came to his senses. He released his tyrannical aura and jumped down from the stand. Crash! Upon seeing this, Li Gui and the rest did not hesitate. They immediately led their men and rushed forward to protect Li Zongjiu. Patriarch's son, please calm down. I think everyone has seen the result of this competition. As the patriarch of the Sun family, don't you think it's a little too much for you to act against a junior? Bai Cheng's figure landed between the two of them. Li Zongjiu flipped over and stepped on the golden cauldron. In order to prevent Wang Lu from escaping from the golden cauldron, Li Zongjiu stomped down on the cauldron the moment there was any movement. This stabilized the cauldron, making it difficult for Wang Lu to escape. Seeing that the Bai family had intervened, Sun Zhenglei's face immediately turned gloomy. When did the Sun family and the Li family join forces? Bai Qing, if your Bai family wants to get involved in this, you better be prepared. Sun Zhenglei said in a deep voice. At the same time, the thunderclap yuan power was constantly circulating. At this moment, crackling sounds were emitted from Sun Zhenglei's body, ready to erupt at any time. Occasionally, the thunderclap yuan power on his body would even emit electric arc. This posture clearly showed that they were going to fight at the slightest disagreement. Elder Bai Qing, this matter has nothing to do with your Bai clan. I'll give this pill to you. I, Li Zongjiu, will accept your kindness. If my grandson wants to rebel, Grandpa has plenty of ways to deal with him. Li Zongjiu's mouth really deserved a beating. The words, grandson, directly scolded everyone in the Sun family. At Sun Zhenglei's level, how could he meet such a shrewish opponent? However, Li Zongjiu's character was like this. He would scold them first and talk later. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn after I pull out all your teeth. Sun Zhenglei gave a low cry. The thunderclap essence energy on his body soared greatly. Soon, his aura reached the level of a grade 5 Yuan master. This level of strength was even stronger than Elder Lu Shun of Long Herb Peak. Sun Zhenglei, you shameless thing. You're already so old, yet you still dare to bully my son. Do you really think that there's no one in my Li clan? Suddenly, an angry roar came from afar. This kind of overbearing aura made everyone's eardrums tremble. Li Gui and the others were pleasantly surprised. This was because they were all too familiar with this voice. Wasn't this their beloved patriarch? The patriarch is here. The patriarch is finally here. Li Tianqing flew over from afar alone. His movements were majestic, as if there was a barbaric giant beast behind him. This was the Li clan's Fire Lion technique. And what Li Tianqing cultivated was the Fire Lion Yuan power. A violent and overbearing aura spread out. At this moment, this lion seemed to be in a rage. You've come at the right time. I was just thinking of testing the Fire Lion Yuan power of your Li clan. The lightning-shocking Yuan power within Sun Jinglei's body instantly exploded. Disciples of the Sun clan, listen up. Li Zongjiu injured our Sun clan's VIP. Capture him at all costs. Over 10 elders from the Sun clan stood up and leaped down from the viewing gallery when the order was given. Immediately, the surrounding people became nervous and excited. This was clearly the outbreak of a bloody battle. The two great clans actually went all out just like that. However, before the people of the Sun clan flew onto the stage, a figure had already landed on the stage. A bunch of trash. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of me. After speaking, this person's aura was released like a huge iron fan, blowing all the elders of the Sun clan off the stage. Bang! 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 What? Seeing this scene, Sun Jinglei was shocked. This old fart actually wanted to betray him? The person who stepped onto the stage was Mu Yuan, whom Wang Lu had invited. Mu Yuan was dressed in rags and looked like a beggar on the street. However, when Mu Yuan made his move, one could see how terrifying his strength was. To be able to easily send all these people flying, such strength was extraordinary. Li Zongjiu also looked at the person in front of him. From the beginning, Li Zongjiu already knew that this person's aura was extraordinary. He was definitely a Yuan general-level expert. In his mind, a name quickly appeared. Mu Yuan. An assassin with a strange personality. An assassin who would kill the old, the weak, women, and children. A scum. So you're the one the Sun clan is relying on. I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. Li Zongjiu stood on the golden cauldron as he said indifferently. Hee little brat, your tone is not small. Either you come down from the cauldron yourself, or I'll break your legs and throw you down. Mu Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Then, a cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he slowly said, "If you can get within 5 meters of me, I won't kill you," Li Zongjiu said disdainfully. When Bai Luoxue saw Mu Yuan appear, she quickly recognized his identity. She immediately realized how serious this matter was. Since a Yuan general realm expert had intervened, this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. However, he heard Li Zongjiu's arrogant words again. That was simply rolling his eyes to the sky. Couldn't this Li Zongjiu be a little more low-key and cowardly? Why was he so arrogant in front of everyone? What do you mean by that? You're saying that even a Yuan general-level powerhouse can't get within 5 meters of you? Do you think that you are a sky origin ancestor and have a Yuan spirit to protect you? You are simply too arrogant. He was even more arrogant than when he despised Wang Lu over the medicinal pill. He was simply courting death. He was 100% courting death. Then you've chosen the latter. Mu Yuan's eyes instantly narrowed, seemingly transforming into a cold glint. The surrounding aura also instantly became turbulent. Li Tianqing didn't make a move. Sun Jinglei was blocking him, but Li Tianqing also knew that there was another person. Boom! All of a sudden, a surging aura attacked from behind Li Zongjiu. This power was as vast as the ocean and bottomless. It easily blocked all of Mu Yuan's elemental energy, which had turned into a sharp blade. An elderly figure appeared in front of Li Zongjiu. His body was stooped and he was as immovable as a mountain. The old man was exactly 5 meters away from Li Zongjiu. Chapter 33. Bai Luoxue's eyes narrowed. From afar, she could feel that the aura from this elder was not any weaker than Mu Yuan's. In fact, she could even feel a vigorous vitality from this elder's body. This was a transformation that had reached the pinnacle of power. In fact, the Yuan power within his body had already formed a unique reincarnation cycle with this world. Under this reincarnation cycle, he was able to ensure that his aura was complete. Mu Yuan? You are merely at the Yuan general stage. This is not the place for you to behave atrociously, Lin Song slowly said. After this breakthrough, his aura had become extremely different. Given Mu Yuan's strength, if they had met 3 days ago, he might not have been Lin Song's match. However, things were different now. The majestic aura within his body displayed his absolute strength. Against the person before him, he could absolutely crush him. Yuan general stage. When Mu Yuan saw the aura released by Lin Song, he was immediately stunned. However, a look of ecstasy quickly appeared on his face. Looks like you have just made a breakthrough. This is just what I want. Once I devour your flesh, I will naturally become a true Yuan general. After Mu Yuan carefully sensed his aura, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Although Lin Song's strength was overwhelming, Mu Yuan was not worried. Instead, he became excited, as if he had found a treasure. It turned out that Mu Yuan had cultivated a Yuan Sutra called Blood Yuan Art. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, he would have to absorb powerful blood in order to continuously make breakthroughs. Like Lin Song, who had just made a breakthrough, this effect was the best for Mu Yuan. It was convenient to absorb, and also easier to hunt. Haha, you sure talk big. Lin Song was all alone, while a short dagger appeared in Mu Yuan's hand. Scarlet red and turbid Yuan power swirled around his body. Suddenly, Mu Yuan's figure dashed forward. Boom! The dagger in his hand was like a cold flash as it swept towards Lin Song. Compared to Li Zongjiu, he was more interested in Lin Song. Thunder crash! Sun Zhenglei suddenly attacked, charging towards Li Zongjiu. However, how could Li Tianqing, who had been targeting Sun Zhenglei, allow Sun Zhenglei to succeed? He immediately used Lion Roar to intercept. Boom! A tyrannical fluctuation swept over. Take down Li Zongjiu. Sun Qiu made a gesture. Although he couldn't speak right now, the Sun family was able to understand his gesture. Follow me. Sun Bin also jumped up from the bottom of the stage with his men and immediately charged towards Li Zongjiu. Li Gui led the experts that the Li family had prepared and charged forward. Both sides were engaged in a chaotic battle. Li Zongjiu stood on top of the golden cauldron. Below him, Wang Lu no longer had the strength to struggle. After all, the cauldron was too heavy. Coupled with his own strength, it was difficult for him to break free. Clang clang clang. The sounds of fighting continued. The battle between the Li family and the Sun family was ignited so quickly. No one would have thought that 2 of the 4 major families of the Luoxia city would directly start a fight. Roar! Sun Qiu's figure leaped out from the crowd. No one could stop Sun Qiu. After all, he was a 2nd-grade Yuan master. His strength wasn't something that could be stopped by anyone. Not everyone was like Lin Song, who could easily defeat Sun Qiu. Zongjiu, be careful. Li Yun, who was dealing with a disciple of the Sun family, quickly shouted. The opponent's elder actually launched a sneak attack on Li Zongjiu. Sun Qiu already had the intention to kill Li Zongjiu. Now that there was such a good opportunity, how could he let it go? The expert that Li Zongjiu relied on the most had already been delayed. Naturally, Sun Qiu wouldn't be polite and directly rushed out. In Sun Qiu's hand there was a cold spring sword. Sun Qiu had spent a lot of money to forge this sword. When the sword was forged, it was tempered with the water of the cold spring. The solidified sword was even colder, heavier, and more tenacious. One could even feel a trace of bone-piercing intent from the sword. When Li Zongjiu saw Sun Qiu's attack, he smiled disdainfully. With a tap of his foot, his figure flew out and opened his hand. A gust of wind burst out. In Li Zongjiu's hand, there was actually a golden light blooming. As the golden light lingered in the center of his palm, in the next moment, it reached towards the cold spring sword that was slashing down. Clang! Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and directly caught the cold spring sword. The Yuan force in his body shook, and his wrist instantly exerted force. The cold spring treasured sword in his hand was like a biscuit, directly shattering into pieces. Die! Li Zongjiu pinched the broken sword and sent it into Sun Qiu's throat. Chi! Plop! Sun Qiu immediately knelt on the golden cauldron. Li Zongjiu's palm slapped the top of Sun Qiu's head, and suddenly a huge suction force was released. Sun Qiu's neck had clearly been pierced by the sword, but not a single drop of blood dripped down. All of it flowed in reverse, directly entering Li Zongjiu's palm. His eyelids rolled up, and his eyeballs were squeezed to the top of his head. Sun Qiu could only open his mouth to breathe, but he was unable to cry out in pain. Plop! After killing Sun Qiu, a blood bead appeared in Li Zongjiu's hand. Sun Qiu's shriveled body finally turned into a pile of trash and rolled on the ground. Li Zongjiu kept the blood bead. For Li Zongjiu to be able to condense the blood of a Yuan master expert into a snow bead, it was a good improvement. The purity of this blood bead was also very high. Just as Li Zongjiu killed Sun Qiu, suddenly, a cold gust of air came from behind him. Bang! Li Zongjiu's figure flew up, and the sword energy landed on the golden cauldron, causing a violent tremor. A figure landed on the golden cauldron. He was dressed like a scholar, and he held a white steel sword in his hand. It was the 3 fatal swords that Lin Tsong threw out in the elixir hall that day. Sun Jiansan. That day, when Lin Tsong threw him out, he was seriously injured. However, under the care of the Sun family, he quickly recovered. Today, Sun Zhonglei had given him a mission to hide in the crowd and prepare to kill Li Juyan at any time. Originally, it was to assassinate the alchemy elder. However, after seeing Li Zongjiu kill Elder Sun Qiu, Sun Jiansan couldn't help it. Sun Jiansan couldn't help it. Being from the same family, Sun Qiu could be considered Sun Jiansan's cousin. However, it was still too late. Li Zongjiu killed Sun Qiu. Bai Luoxue and the others were shocked. At this moment, they had already retreated far away under the escort of Bai Qing and the others. With such a chaotic situation, no one could predict what would happen,